Mississippi House of Representatives now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by a guest to be introduced by the lady from Jones, and remain standing there for the pledge.
Thank you, Speaker Gunn. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today, March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day and the many achievements of women across our great state. Amy Whitten serves as president of the Mississippi Women's Forum and will give our opening prayer. The Forum is a community of leading women who come together to advance women's leadership. The Mississippi Forum is part of an international forum which has members in 33 nations across 6 continents helping women. Amy and I met some 20 years ago when we served together on the college board. We also worked together helping to grow the people at Sanderson Farms in our internship programs and our trainee programs. Thank you, Amy, for being here today as we celebrate International Women's Day.
Thank you, Robin. Mr. Speaker, bow with me, please. Heavenly Father, as we enter into the important work that you've given this assembly, we come to you today filled with gratitude for the undeserved and boundless blessings that you continue to bestow on us. And we pray that you will soften and quieten our hearts so that we can feel your presence in this chamber. We thank you for the men and women who've pledged their service to this state and the many others who shoulder the heavy lifting beneath their work. We pray that you will give this body strength and wisdom and will guide their decisions by putting love first. As grandmothers, mothers, sisters, aunts, teachers, coaches, business community, and spiritual leaders, women have inspired, molded, and empowered generations of Mississippians. Today, as we acknowledge and celebrate women around the world, we thank you for the thousands of Mississippi women on whose shoulders we stand. Thank you, Father, for the progress that women have made in their journeys to contribute the full measure of their talents to our state, their families, and communities. We thank you as well for the host of Mississippi girl dads and girl granddads and husbands and uncles and brothers and friends who have encouraged girls throughout their lives in our state that there are no ceilings on their dreams and aspirations. Humble us to listen with our hearts, Father, and to understand the needs of others before being understood. And among the many voices that will cry out to this assembly today, may we hear your voice above all others. For many of the blessings we thank you, and we seek and beseech your divine guidance as we dedicate ourselves today. Amen.
Thank you, Amy. Please join me in the pledge. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. The gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with reading of the introductions.
Your objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolution, petition, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have the introductions of guests and visitors. Jump from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please help make welcome the doctor of the day, Dr. Anthony Cloy, Family Medicine with UMC. Make them feel welcome, please.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of this distinguished body, it gives me pleasure to introduce some visitors with us today. If you look to the south, in the South Gallery, you will see First Presbyterian Day School here with their teacher, Ellen Champagne. This is the third grade group. And of course, Allegra Brown is a child in that group, and she's the staff member's daughter, Lee Freeney Brown. How about a big hand for First Presbyterian Day School? Welcome to the Capitol.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House would, my desk mate, Representative Stephanie Foster, today's her birthday. Help us wish her happy birthday.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, if you would help me welcome and wish my desk mate, the gentleman from Warren, a happy birthday. Today is his birthday.
All right, I don't see any further introductions at this time. I'm informed we have a number of special guests that we need to recognize today. I want to ask us to maintain order and give us your attention. I'm going to recognize the chairman of rules, who is going to introduce our first guest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored today to have a gentleman that is probably in one of the most important fields in our state, and it's truck driving. Mr. Don Nearing, a resident of South Haven, Mississippi, and an employee of FedEx Ground in Olive Branch, Mississippi, has been awarded the honor of being named the Mississippi Truck Driver of the Year for 2022. He's up here. Stand up, welcome him here, and congratulate him. If you don't believe truck driving is important, ladies and gentlemen, if you will remember, during COVID, we had a lot of trouble getting things to our stores. It's people like that help save this country, as far as I'm concerned. So I really do believe that these are heroes on our roads. So thank you for recognizing him.
All right, we have at least two other special guests to be recognized, but I'm informed they're not yet here. So we will go to the calendar. When our special guests arrive, we'll come back to them. We'll go to the concurrence or non-concurrence calendar on page 1. Any chairman have an item here they wish to take up? Jump from Harrison, Mr. Bennett.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2524, I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the concurrence and non-concurrence, item number 1, House Bill 603, I would like to not concur but invite conference.
All right. Any questions?
On item number 2, House Bill 604.
Hang on, gentlemen, just a second. I don't see any questions. If you favor the motion to invite conference, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Next would be the number two, item number two, House Bill 604. Again, do not concur, invite conference.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item number 5, we House Bill 602. Do not concur, but invite conference.
Any questions? If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That'd be item number 7, House Bill 1089. Do not concur, but invite conference.
Any questions? Jim from Jackson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request unanimous consent to change my vote on yesterday's calendar, item 53 on the general calendar, Senate Bill 2361, from yes to no on the final vote.
All right, gentlemen, we'll get right back to you. We're in the midst of hearing from the gentleman from Jackson right now. All right, the motion is to invite conference on item 7.
Yes.
If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay. Any other chairman have an item on the concurrence or non-concurrence calendar they wish? Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6, House Bill number 787. We vote to concur.
Okay, please come to the well and explain. The gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Anderson, requested a vote change. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6 on today's calendar, House Bill number 787, is pretty much the same language left in this bill that we passed in the House by unanimous vote. Was registered forester's license be suspended if it is invalid on contract. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions?
Move final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the motion to concur. House Bill 787. You favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 5 nays, motion to concur passes. Jump from Rankin, Mr. Weathersby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 12, House Bill 917, we would not concur, but invite conference.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, will you please help make welcome a group of students in the South Gallery from Gentry High School. They're high school seniors down here today to see how the process goes on. So please help make them feel welcome to their capital.
Jump from Marshall, Mr. Kincaid.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on item 13 on House Bill 979, a motion to concur.
Okay, please come to the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 979 is a bill that we had discussed earlier in the season about mortally injured animals and recovery of that animal. And we left it kind of open-ended because we had some caliber restrictions and some information we still were in search of. And we've come to that revelation. Now, we passed it in the House, we took it to the Senate, and we continued our conversations, and we did come up with a language that everybody agrees on. And that language is that we can legally take this deer, we can hunt this deer at night with a light. We can use no more than 2 dogs may be used. We can use up to a .45 caliber weapon, no longer than a 6-inch barrel. And the tracker must have a proper license. So our committee concurred with that And I'm motion to concur. Any questions? Explanation.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the motion to concur House Bill 979. You favor the bill, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, motion to concur passes. Gentleman Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me introduce and make me feel welcome my good friend Bill Washington in the North Gallery, and also Miss Alderwoman Rashonda Allen. Please make them feel welcome.
All right. We're on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Any chairman, other chairman have an item they wish to take up? I don't. Jim from Benton, Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 10, House Bill 691, invite conference.
Motion is to invite conference. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it.
Also, item 19, House Bill 1477, invite conference.
Motion is to invite conference. All those in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Any other chairman have an item on the concurrence or non-concurrence calendar? Don't see any. We'll move along to the motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have an item here? Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain, Chairman of Judd B.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make sure I get my procedure right. Number 5, Senate Bill 2376. I would ask that we reconsider the vote by which it passed.
Motion is to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2376 passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The bill is back before the House.
Now we need to, do we reconsider the strike all?
Yes, sir. If you want to go back to it, you need to do that. Motion is to reconsider the vote whereby the strike all passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. Strike all is now back before the House.
And then I would move to table that strike all.
Motion is to table the strike all. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any.
All right.
Favor the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Strike all is tabled.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I got a new strike all.
All right, gentleman's got a new strike all. That's a lot of procedural maneuvering you're doing down there, gentlemen.
I took my lessons this morning.
You did good. You recognize.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this bill was passed out of the Senate. We did a task force is what the strike all was. The original one we passed yesterday was a strike all for a task force because there was some miscommunication. There were some issues between the parties. Late last night, I'm informed that the CAC, the Children Advocacy Center, and the prosecutors came together with the language that they were happy to do. So instead of sending it to conference, I chose to do it this way because everybody, I believe, is on board, and I want to send it back over there to the Senate, and they're going to concur on it. All it changes is on line 259. It goes for disclosure. It makes disclosures in criminal procedures a little bit easier for your county prosecutors and your district attorneys. They have a little bit more easier procedure in doing that, and it still protects the innocent children involved with youth court. So really, it's just some language that like everybody's agreed upon. So that's an explanation of the strike all.
Question, Jim from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I think I understood what you just said, but I'll try to paraphrase it, and you tell me if I did or not. your new strike all will make it easier to get youth court records for
Prosecutor in criminal matters only.
in criminal matters dealing with youths.
Yes, dealing with a type of either a youth crime they've committed or where a youth is a victim. They still have to go through all the protective orders and they have to go through circuit court to do all that, but it's just making it, I'm understanding there was some issues, as I'm sure you're aware, when you try to get these records, it can be pretty onerous to go to your youth court, to go to the youth court judge, to get the disclosure order and do all that. As a private attorney, I think prosecutors have to do that a little bit easier, but this is a way to kind of streamline it for those guys.
That's what I'm worried about, because the onerousness of the statute, I think, was intentional.
It was, and I don't have any heartburn over it because the child advocacy centers have kind of signed off on this. So I know that they're on board with protecting the children. So I don't have that much of an issue with the language that they've proposed.
And you're okay with the child advocacy centers because they are in favor of it? Is exactly why I question it.
I understand. All the language has been agreed upon by those two parties, yes, sir. I understand your position, though.
I've dealt with CACs a lot, and I understand what they think their job is. Thank you for the question, for answering my questions.
What does it do? I thought this was supposed to help the defense attorney for the child get the information.
That's not the way I look at it. That's not the way I understand it.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Any further questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2376. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 106 yeas, 6 nays. The bill passes. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Horn, he's, all right, pass. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby, pass. I think somebody attempted to help him out and punched the wrong button. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the South Gallery, we have seniors from South Pike down in Magnolia, Mississippi. Please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Speaker, thank you. On the motion to reconsider calendar,
yes,
item 4, Senate Bill 2358, I move to table the motion.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Mr. Bailey wishes to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to come before you again, but this bill is a bad bill. And it amazes me how when we say something about the military, everybody stand up and salute. And you're gung-ho about the military, but this bill is going to hurt your military veterans. If I was chairman of Armed Services, of Veteran Affairs in this House, I would be jumping all over the place because this is something that we're going to hurt our veterans. Those of you concerned about senior citizens or the disabled, this bill is going to hurt and suppress their rights to try to vote and engage in the process. And I know you all have heard me over and over and over. But what do we do now? And some came to me and say that Bailey, ever since January 1, 1808, when they outlawed slavery, it's been a fight between white and black. And the only reason y'all fighting this thing because I'm a black person. We turned down $19 billion in Affordable Care Act money to help people who need health care just because a black president presented that in law. What is wrong with us? Are we still fighting from 1808 with the hatred that we had because black slaves were free? Does it bother you that I'm a black man asking you just for the rights of people? I'm not talking about this thing helping black people. This thing is hurting all our people. And yet we continue to vote along party line just because it's black and white. Let's show how simple-minded we are. And we ask God every day, somebody get up there praying, asking him to give us wisdom. And I don't see no results of that. I don't see no results of our wisdom that we get to just be decent human beings. And put aside this whole racial animus that we have developed over the years is that it's in our DNA. We can't put it aside because a black face is trying to give you some truth. You don't want to accept that. I'm telling you this bill is a bad bill. I'm asking you, vote no against the motion to table. Let this bill die. All you got to do is vote no on the motion to table, and I ask you to vote no on that motion to table. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. Oh, I do. Gentleman from Adams wishes to speak. You have about a minute and a half, gentlemen.
Yeah, I would just like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out, ladies and gentlemen, this bill, as the gentleman from Pearl River said, or Lamar, wherever he's from, where he said that it does need some work. You understand there are people that are not covered in this bill. People with disabilities are not covered. Older people who don't have transportation, who their neighbors or people may want to help them get to the polls or take their ballot in. Nobody's trying to stop illegal harvesting of bills, but if you're going to do it, you need to do it right. And I would suggest to you, you're creating a problem for the people you represent, and a problem that's not going to be one that's solved by some blanket harvesting. And the gentleman is right. We're not up here because this is a black issue or a Democratic issue. This is really a serious issue for running elections and making sure that the people that you represent have an equal access to the polls. And people who are elderly or disabled or just not competent in a way that they can drive a car or get anywhere on time because they missed the mailbox. These are, we want to do what we can to help them. And so I don't know what the problem is taking time. We're sending all kinds of bills back for conference and further conference. Don't vote to table. Let's let them work on this bill and get it right. You want to come back with a real bill? Just at least fix it where it can be something you can take home and not put the people who vote for you in trouble. Thank you.
All right, time's expired. The question recurs on the motion to table. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. All right. All right. Y'all got to be almighty slow. Are y'all up or down? There's an insufficient number standing right now. It's insufficient. Insufficient number. Jim Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6, Senate Bill 2212, I move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? Gentleman from DeSoto wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking you today to vote no on the motion to table the motion to reconsider on this bill. For the past couple of months I've been here and I've heard people come to this well over and over and tell me that if I care about people, I had to vote and had to be for expanded Medicaid. This bill is a portion of expanded Medicaid. I'm here to tell you that I am against expanding Medicaid. I'm against this bill because I do care about people, because I do want them to have better health care. for the past 8 years that I've been here in the legislature, I have not had a single call from any of my constituents or anybody through this state who have called me and said, you know what, this Medicaid insurance is wonderful. It is the best insurance ever. I have had just the opposite. I have had multiple calls, countless calls of people calling me and saying, this is horrible. Medicaid insurance doesn't cover what it should cover. It doesn't pay for what it should pay. It is bad insurance. It's horrible insurance. Well, let me ask you, how is it loving and caring if we put in bad insurance on these people? It's not. This is not good insurance. It's not insurance that we want, and it's not insurance that we should put on any of them. You know, another issue that I've been told is over and over is that this is going to save rural health care, or rural hospitals need this. Again, this is not true. Medicaid expansion and this Medicaid, even this portion of it, is not going to save our rural health care. I had a county administrator come to me. I had a meeting with him, and he told me that their county has a clinic, and their county has to write a $2 million check every year to bail this clinic out of its losses. Well, I asked him why, and he said because every patient they have is a Medicaid patient. Medicaid does not reimburse them for the cost to see those patients. So I asked him then, if we end up and we give you more patients on Medicaid, is it going to help? And his answer is no, it's not going to help. It's actually going to put us out of business because the county cannot afford more expense. It's going to then cost people their health care. So it's not going to help our rural health care clinics. So what is it going to do? This bad insurance now then, the only people that are going to benefit are our large hospitals who have enough private insurers that they can spread this cost out among them. So now then, the hardworking people of Mississippi, they're going to see their health care premiums go up. They're going to see the cost of health care go up, and it's not going to help anybody. Now then, they are paying twice, $7 million and maybe more just for this bill. And now then, their health care is going to go up. So now then, this bill, Medicaid expansion, it is bad for the patients. It is bad for our rural health care, and it is bad for the working people of this state. So I encourage you to vote no on the motion to table. Bring this bill back up and kill this bill, or at the very least, put a reverse repealer in this bill. Go back to the Senate and say, we want to solve this problem. We are not going to do something that is just show. We're not going to do something that's not going to solve the problem just because some politicians on the other end of this building want to have something to campaign on. We are actually going to solve the problem. So I ask you to vote no on the motion to table and fix this where the people that we care about actually get the health care that we want them and they want to have. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? You wish to speak? Okay, I don't see anyone else. Question now recurs on the motion to table Senate Bill 2212. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 29 nays, motion to table prevails. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, in the South Gallery, we have seniors from Macomb High School from Macomb, Mississippi. Please make them feel welcome.
All right, we are still on the motion to reconsider calendars. Any other chairman have an item here? Does any other chairman have an item on the motion to reconsider calendar? I don't see any. We'll go to the rules. Rules calendar. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we could go to, on the rules calendar, number 2, HCR number 39. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Penny Flaunt Mayfield commend upon being named 2023 Noel Polk Lifetime Achievement Award. That's what this is.
Any questions?
Not hear me.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Resolution passes, I mean. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to item number 3, HR number 104.
Okay, any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further?
No, sir. Immediate release.
All right. Any objection to immediate release? I don't see any. Okay, that brings us to the appropriations calendar. Passes. Brings us to the Ways and Means calendar. Passes. Brings us to the laid on the table calendar. Lady from MIT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, Senate Bill 2090, and move to call Senate Bill 2090 from the
Motion is to
table.
call the bill off the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill is back for the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, last week, the gentleman from Tallahatchie presented this bill, presented the strike-all, and I laid it on the table due to questions from the House. And so I'd like to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Tallahatchie for an amendment.
Gentleman's recognized. Oh, we have a strike-all. We need to call that back up.
Well, I move to call the strike-all back up, Mr. Speaker, and then do I need to reconsider the vote by which the strike-all passed for purposes of...
Motion is reconsider the vote by which strike-all passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Tallahatchie is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is just about the descending order. If you have that's really the only change from last time. There were some questions about it, and it just restores the present law about the descending order when you die, about the spouse, then a child. It has the present language continued, and no new language is added there, and the bill remains the same, so we'd ask passage of the amendment. That was what the question was on.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. The chairman wish to respond? Chairman does not wish. All right. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further?
We move adoption of the strike-all. It's been explained.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Strike-all is adopted.
Move passage.
Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2090. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. That brings us to the general calendar. Accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 1, Senate Bill 2538, and it's been read for the third time.
Yes, sir. You go right ahead.
This bill was brought to us, and we've talked to MEMA about it, we've talked to the supervisors about it, and I've talked to the chairman of our municipalities committee. What it does is it allows them, MEMA, to divide the state up into 9 county pods, basically 9 counties. There may be a little variation. It's all listed in the bill, who they are and what they do. But what it does, it allows them to get advanced contracts before disasters happen. I feel like this is a good idea because they're going to get bids on these contracts that will be at a point in time when it's not a disaster and when not everybody is looking for somebody to go to work. They have the ways listed that they're going to have to go to bid these things off, and they can do it at times, like I say, not under crisis, and they can get these bills. But what it basically does is it allows them to get bids for like debris removal, monitoring, and other things that MEMA or FEMA requires. And they can make sure these contractors are okay with FEMA. They've got all the things and all the rules covered, everything's in place. Because one of the things that our municipalities and our counties have faced in the past is when they get into a crisis situation of a disaster, they go out and they reach out to contractors that sometimes are not qualified for FEMA, and they can't get repaid or reimbursed for those things that these contractors do. That's the reasoning behind this bill. It does have where any county or any municipality, if they want to do things the old-fashioned way, the way they want to do them, they are not required to opt into this. In fact, they have to opt into it. They have to ask to be in this before it goes into effect. I think that gives us the ability to do what the local people want to do. They have the right to make that decision. I think it's a good thing that we're planning ahead and are able to take care of cost in a more efficient manner. And I think this is a good bill. But before we go more into it, I want to do a committee amendment. Okay.
You're recognized for your amendment.
The committee amendment is simply a reverse repealer. So if there are any other questions that are out there, if we want to do more work on the bill, this will allow us to do that. So I'm asking you to pass the reverse repealer amendment.
Questions on reverse repealer? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I have one other amendment. I'll explain it.
Okay, you're recognized.
What this does is it says during the public procurement selection process, Mississippi-based companies will be granted a 10% bid preference over non-Mississippi companies. So we're trying to do business with people in Mississippi. We're not trying to cut people out. We're not trying to cut the little contractors out, but we're trying to do this in an efficient manner where we can get these things done at a reasonable price rather than wait till crisis time. I'll take any questions, Mr.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Bart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you, gentlemen, yield?
Yes.
And I guess I really don't have a problem so much with the Second Amendment, but I do have a question more or less on the overall bill itself.
Okay.
Where's the reason for it? I mean, who is asking for this?
MEMA is the one pushing it. Now, the supervisor started out at the beginning of the year. They were going to push it, but they felt like it was more of a MEMA bill, so they backed off and said, we're for it. We're not against it.
Okay.
So I've got the okay from the supervisors, and I've got the okay from MEMA, and like I say, I talked to our chairman about municipalities.
So do you think this is add any, I mean, I live in hurricane country, okay?
Right.
So I'm very familiar with the cleanup process and all that. Is this going to add a layer of complexity to getting things going, after a storm?
It's not meant to be. Now, I understand like Harrison County does this already. Now, Jackson may do too.
And they may.
But whatever they have in place and whatever they're comfortable with, go ahead. This does nothing to that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Any questions on the amendment? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to understand exactly, you said that if they are an in-state business, they can be 10% over the lowest bid and you still have to go with them because they're in-state if it's them
No.
against an out-of-state?
You don't have to go with that. That does say that we can do that if we feel like there's a local company that the people who are using the debris removal or whatever the contract is for, they can allow that.
So they have the authority to take the higher bid without scrutiny if they're local?
She was just telling me, it's not that they get a 10% higher bid. It's on a point system. They get a 10-point difference between others. So there may be a difference in price, but like I say, that has to do with trying to get Mississippi people work.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Please, Chairman Neal.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, if we're looking at a catastrophe, storm, or whatever the case might be, why in the world would we want to give a preference to anybody?
Well, the preference wouldn't be given when we're in a crisis. We're looking at this getting lower bids because we're bidding it out in a non-crisis time.
How can you do that with a preference bid whenever you got a 10% preference?
Well,
or 10 point?
Well, we were asked to put this amendment in there by people concerned about, this is going to go to...
Who asked to put that in there?
Well, just some people in the House. I don't want to name names, but people in the House.
Why in the world wouldn't you want to name names?
Well, I'm just not going to do it.
That's a bad amendment.
Other questions on the amendment? All right, I don't see any further questions on the gentleman from Lawrence. You got 20 seconds.
Gentlemen, do you think this might work in a way that would prevent other bidders from even bidding to start with if they know they're 10 points or 10% or whatever behind? And the ones that have the 10%, they know they could bid higher because they have that.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Question now recurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Let's do that again. Who was that? All right. All right. So we have one aye.
You got two, Mike.
Are there any noes? All right. Chair's undecided. I believe the amendment fails. Anything further on this bill? Is anything further on this bill? You got another amendment or anything?
No.
Okay, we're on all right, we're back on the bill then. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir.
What are the requirements of FEMA right now in regards to being certified to participate in disaster cleanup? Don't you have to be a certified vendor with FEMA?
You have to submit to certain requirements, but those are constantly changing according to MEMA. MEMA has to go by the federal guidelines, and those things are constantly changing. And this gives us an opportunity to go back to those contractors and make sure if something comes down different, MEMA goes back and does an addendum with the contract. And this is being done in other places.
So-
This is a copy of, I mean, we're doing things, Alabama is doing it this way, North Carolina is doing it this way. It protects the municipalities and counties in them losing money by not having certified people to do it.
So doesn't federal law trump state law?
Yes.
Okay, so have you ever tried to become a certified vendor with FEMA in order to participate in disaster cleanup?
I haven't, but the MEMA says, I'm going by what MEMA's telling me. MEMA says that they can do this and have these contracts in place, knowing that FEMA will accept these contractors that bid on this.
So what provisions do you have in this piece of legislation that will make sure that city officials don't have their brother-in-laws, their nieces, nephews, and other entities getting preferential treatment like we had down on the Gulf Coast about 10 years ago?
The way I understand MEMA is going to do this is they're going to put out the bid for everybody. DFA is actually administering the contract. MEMA will help them find contractors. They'll put out this bid just like normal for everybody to bid on. What they intend to do, MEMA is going to keep the top three. And because a lot of these companies don't just work in Mississippi, they do work in Alabama and they do work in Florida where other disasters happen. They have the capabilities of meeting FEMA's needs in those states, so we realize that these people can work in this state as well. So one of the biggest contractors for debris removal and debris monitoring, because you've got to have a landfill, you've got to have a contractor that can meet the landfill for the EPA and this type of things. You've got to have that type of contractor to meet FEMA's needs.
So, gentlemen, do you have any proof or any listing of where this has been an issue in our state? Is there any proof
Yes,
or documentation? Do you have some?
Yes, sir.
So do you mind sharing it with the body so we'll know what the potential flashback would be on us?
Well, the biggest one they brought up was like State Line, the city or municipality of State Line. They lost $700 and something thousand because their contractor MEMA wanted to pay them, but their contractor was not eligible under FEMA rules and FEMA guidelines. State Line's behind $700,000.
Stop. So you just answered my question. You said that they were not eligible up under FEMA guidelines. So if the guidelines have been set by FEMA, then you have to get your business in line with FEMA in order to do business with. Why would we circumvent the process that puts us in place to ensure that there's nobody doing anything underhanded? Now this sounds like some home cooking going on here. So again, is there a listing where this is taking place in multiple places in this state, and this is just not somebody trying to take care of one of their friends?
Well, this is to try to keep the underhanded stuff from going on. What happened to State Line should not happen to another county or municipality in the state of Mississippi, and this kind of bill would keep that from happening.
All right, gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So like the gentleman from Jackson, I'm also from a hurricane zone. So we regularly have the situation where we have to have cleanup. Wouldn't you say that it's true that there are contractors and there are companies that might not...
I can't hear you.
There are contractors and there are companies that might not specialize in disaster cleanup at the time the disaster occurs, but in light of the disaster and the fact that there's massive destruction all over the community, we need additional contractors, we need additional companies willing to work on this. would this bill not preclude our local businesses, local companies from being able to bid at the time of the disaster?
No. If your county or municipality selects not to opt into this, they're free to do it just the old way.
But when do they have to opt into it?
You would have to opt into it to do it. So you're free and clear to do whatever you want to.
But if you opt into it, okay, and you've got this, are we funding this?
No, there's no money tied up in this. It's a contract that sits there in case of need. There's no money spent on it in any way until the need arises.
Okay, so, but if you, bidding on it gives you preference. If you get into the bid now, that gives you preference as far as joining this compact. That's correct, or no?
No, you don't opt in until the time the disaster happens.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to understand the need for the bill.
Well, it's just to be able to get these contracts in order in times when it's not just a crisis. Because you can get a better price when you're not under a time of crisis like you are in a disaster.
I understand earlier you were talking about FEMA guidelines. We want to make sure that contractors are complying in local cities and whatnot. Can we not just provide training?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay this on the table.
Motion is to lay the bill on the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bill's laid on the table.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next item, I want to direct your attention to the North Gallery. I've got a couple of constituents here, longtime prominent citizens of Atala County and Kosciusko. Mr. John Shaw, who was county attorney and lawyer there in Kosciusko, and his good friend, Mr. Charles England, who was our chancery clerk in Atala County for many years. And he also has the distinction of being the grandfather of the chief of staff to the lieutenant governor in the Senate, Nathan Upchurch. So I want to welcome both of you to the Capitol Day, and thank you for being here.
Lady from Lincoln, you have an introduction? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, in the corner standing up, is, I know you guys remember Anna Moak Sparks, Senator Sparks' wife, who worked in the Senate. She is from Brookhaven. And with her, the beautiful lady, Sarah Rhodes Smith, and she and I go to church together, and she is shadowing Anna at UMC this week. Please make her welcome.
Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the House to make welcome one of our very own from the Budget Office. He's now Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of the Jackson State University. Please make welcome Mr. Howard Brown.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the North Gallery of one of the top photographers in the state of Mississippi. He's been a photographer for the Jackson Police Department, for the city of Jackson, for Jackson State University, and now I think he's also in private practice. How about one time for Jay Johnson with Jackson State?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that our other special guests have arrived. So I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort them to the floor, and I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him. You got to lead this over. I want you to see what I got to say. You got to lead this over. I bet you'll preach that real quick.
Please let the House be in order. Thank you. We have a special guest. We ask you to give us your attention. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a great day to be a Tiger. Today we have some of our most outstanding student athletes here in the chamber. We have our soccer team, our track and field, and our tennis. I want you all in the gallery to please stand. So I had to pull out my note for a second. I just wanted to show you how bad these young ladies and men are, and I mean in a good way. In 2021, men's cross-country team won the SWAC. In 2022, our women's tennis team won the SWAC. In 2022, the soccer team won the SWAC. In 2022, JSU football, what do? We won the SWAC. So we have some outstanding student athletes. When I tell you each and every one of these individuals here deserve more than applause. They deserve our support. So if any of us in this building, those listening online and watching online, can attend any of these events, would be greatly appreciated to these student athletes because they work their butts off. And now we come to honoring the football team. You all know what they've done and what they will continue to do. We are under the new head coach of T.C. Taylor, my personal friend, my brother, love him dearly. I tell him all the time. We are excited to have him as our new coach, and we expect big things from you, and we're going to support you. I want you to understand that. And we also have on stage, we have our tennis coach, our SWAC cross-country coach, as well as our soccer coach standing behind me. And now I'm going to, thank you. And now I'm going to allow Coach Taylor to say a few words, and after Coach Taylor, we'll have our interim president to say a few words as well. Thank you. Oh, I forgot about, man, hold up, my bad. I forgot about Mr. JSU and Miss JSU. Not that one, not that one. So they'll say a few words as well. Coach, go ahead and say a few words.
Truly honored and blessed to be here today. It's an unbelievable experience to be honoring Jackson State athletics, our student athletes. That's what it's all about. And they're champions. That's why we're here. They are champions, but not just on the field. You know, we talk about graduation rate, 90%. So they're working on the field and in the classroom. Let's give them a round of applause for that right there. But greatly appreciate being here, appreciate the moment. I look forward to more of it. We're going to continue to win, and we're doing big things at Jackson State right now. It's just not football in here. You know, keep the doors unlocked because basketball will be back in a couple weeks. You know, they over there, Coach Reed just won the player, Coach of the Year, so we're excited about it. It's great times at Jackson State right now. Continue to support our student athletes. Go Tigers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. For those of you who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Madison Cathy. I am a senior accounting student born and raised in the hub city of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Yes. And I serve as the 77th Student Government Association President at Jackson State University. I just want to take a moment to thank you for having us here and for the work you do for the state of Mississippi and Jackson State University.
Hello, I'll be speaking on behalf of Jackson State University's Royal Courts, known as the Iconic Courts. Greetings, I am Joshua Edwards, a senior journalism and media studies major, hailing from the city of the original Black Wall Streets, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I proudly serve as the 6th Mr. Jackson State University. Thank you for having us.
Good morning. I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm Dr. Elaine Hayes Anthony. I am acting president of Jackson State University, the I Love. Thank you all for having our students here, our coaches, other representatives. Please know that we deeply appreciate the fact that you are recognizing us here in this chamber today. I know this is our day. This is JSU at the Capitol, and we want to seize the moment. We're so very, very pleased to be a part of this, and I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do to support our fine university. So please know that in the days and weeks and months to come, we will be calling upon you for that support. I see so many people here in the audience that I know and remember, and so I won't be shy about calling upon you for the I Love. Again, on behalf of Jackson State University, thank you very much.
Well, it is indeed a pleasure for us to honor Jackson State. This university has brought so much pride to the state of Mississippi. It's our capital city university, so it's indeed an honor for us to honor them here today. I would like to invite all the graduates of Jackson State who are members to this platform. We'll get a photograph with the president and the coaches. So give us a few minutes to make that happen. If you're a graduate of Jackson State, then we'd like to get a photograph. return now to the calendar, item 2. Judd B.
Ready? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 2, I think it's been read for the third time, Senate Bill 2297, and I have a strike all to call up.
You're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding, this goes to intoxilizers. There, in the statute, requires an intoxilizer that is really, for DUIs, is really becoming obsolete. And some of the cities and counties around want to use a more updated version. So we allowed for language that allows for that. Basically, it says that the intoxilizer equipment that is readily available for law enforcement agencies and is accepted among law enforcement standards and methodologies. The bill is that's language that came over. We also added a reverse repealer, and I have another amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, to this strike off.
You're recognized.
The amendment, ladies and gentlemen, for whatever reason, and I don't know, but the Senate has some heartburn over naming stuff. And if you remember earlier in the session, we named the Department of Public Safety headquarters after former Commissioner David Huggins. We also named the Crime Lab Forensic Laboratory after our colleague Tom Weathersby. This amendment adds that to this bill. That's all the amendment does. It adds the bill that we passed into this one. And that's an explanation of that amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Jump from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Will you kill this bill if they don't keep this amendment in?
If it's not named for these people, there'll be a lot of stuff that the Senate will pay for.
All right, any other questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines has an amendment. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this year, we passed a piece of legislation that approved domestic violence courts, and the Senate chose not to take it up. What the amendment does, put this language inside the bill, which allows us to keep the domestic violence courts alive. It was a good piece of legislation. It passed unanimously out of this House.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Yeah, gentlemen, I told him no problem putting this in this bill. He's worked hard on it. It came, not only did it pass unanimous, gentlemen, but it also came through 2 committees, including appropriations over here. So I think it's a good bill, and I know he's worked hard on it, so I don't oppose it.
Okay. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The gentleman from Wayne has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a similar situation as the gentleman from Washington, and the House passed a couple weeks ago House Bill 690, which, although it was a general bill, it was very similar to local and private. It only affects my district and the senior gentleman from Clark, and it just gives a little board pay raise to a natural gas board back home. The Senate must have let it slip through the cracks, because there's no way that it killed such a good bill, but I just wanted to give them a second look at it.
Questions on the amendment? Jim from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Withdrawn.
All right. Recognize the chairman to respond.
I do not oppose it. Mr. Speaker, we're good to go.
Okay. Question occurs on Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Final passage.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2297. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 4 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd call up the next item, Senate Bill 2343. Ask that you recognize the lady from Hines to handle it.
Jim, it's been read the third time. Lady from Hines, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the strike all, please.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
Okay. The strike all simply inserts the language from House Bill 696 that we previously passed, which clarifies and extends the boundary lines of the CCID. And that is a brief explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Jump from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Lady Yield,
Yes, sir.
just remind us, please, does this extend jurisdiction throughout the city, similar to what the Senate did?
It does not. This only changes the boundary lines of the CCID. It has nothing to do with jurisdiction of Capitol Police in the other parts of Jackson, nothing, no language like that. It is just the boundary lines. Same bill that we previously passed, House Bill 696.
Oh, that's the one I think I voted against then. Okay.
You may have.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, thank you. Well, the lady Yield.
Yes.
Now, going back, I just want to be clear. This will take in Parkway, Imperial Drive, Allstate Drive. This will take in those areas, right? Out by New Jerusalem Church.
It will, yes.
Okay, but the initial recommendation was just down here, you know, in this old Capitol Complex area, right?
What initial recommendation are you referring to?
Well, the initial area that we allowed them to have, when the Capitol Police was put under the public safety, they were patrolling out by LaFleur's Bluff and over by over this way.
Yes, this bill changes the boundary lines.
Okay, and it takes it out there to where I am, where that I just described to you.
It does, yes.
Okay, now, this is what I wanted to ask you. Before, so we can be clear, before, when the Capitol Police was patrolling, when they were under the auspices of management, before they went to public safety, did they also patrol over there by the Research and Development Center, the R&D Center? Was that part of their responsibility?
Before Capitol Police was under DPS,
yeah.
Did they patrol where?
I think this might be in your district. It's over there coming down Ridgewood Road. The property belongs to the state of Mississippi. It's IHL's R&D Center.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where they specifically patrolled. They were at various state buildings before they were under DPS. I don't know specifically if they were at that building at that particular time.
Okay, so now this is the last couple things I want to ask you. When the Capitol Police was under the joint management committees here in this House, before they went under the Department of Public Safety, did they have the same responsibilities then that they have now?
No, they're an actual police force now. Before they went under Department of Public Safety, I believe they were essentially security guards for state buildings.
Do you know how many people in the department that were Capitol Police, who you framed them as security guards, then became Capitol Police?
I do not, no.
Do you know what kind of training the people that you framed as security guards, and then they were flipped over to Capitol Police? Can you tell us what kind of training they took before they, as you call them, security guards, before they became Capitol Police?
I can tell you that everyone with Capitol Police now is a certified police officer.
But can you tell the House, you were the one that said they were security people.
That was the primary function.
When they were under management, and they were the Capitol Police under our auspices, did we not did the legislature not pass a bill to move them to the Department of Public Safety?
We did pass that bill,
And
yes.
when we did that, they became, was there any change? Was there any training? Was there anything done to the people that you call security guards from them going from that name that you framed them to you saying to police?
Yes, so there's been quite a large shift in Capitol Police in general. There's a new chief, there's a new, almost an entirely new staff, I would say, at Capitol Police. It's a completely new department with a completely new makeup by and large. It's an actual fully functional operating police force now.
Okay, ladies, so I'm gonna ask you one more time. I don't know any other way to ask you. You said that we had the Capitol Police here. You who are handling this bill, that's been working with this for a long time, I read in the paper where you said you had been working on it, that these men and women who were members of the Capitol Police, the legislature passed the bill to move them to the Department of Public Safety. Is that correct?
Yes.
When the legislature moved them to become members, to go under the Department of Public Safety, were all of these people who you framed as security guards, were they then taken off of their duty and put into a training program before they became police?
I don't know how many of those people are still with Capitol Police. I know that there are many new people with Capitol Police, and I know that everyone with Capitol Police now is a certified actual police officer. And I know that previous to that, the primary function of Capitol Police was to patrol state buildings. That purpose and primary responsibility of Capitol Police has changed significantly.
Again, I'm going to ask you, if the Department of Public Safety kept one, if they kept one person that you framed as a security guard.
If they were not a certified police officer, they would have had to go through additional training.
And so can you tell the House, when they made the move under the Department of Public Safety, were those people taken off were they taken off of active duty if it was just one person? And was that person put through a training program to become a policeman? You said
they would have had to have been if they were not a certified police officer.
But you don't know that.
No, I don't have a roster for you, no.
Can you would you be willing to get that information for us? And I'm going to tell you what we would like to know.
Legal says that they can get it for you.
She said what?
Legal counsel says that they will be happy to get that for you.
Okay, well, let me say to you, can we get those people who were in the Capitol Police Force, those who have been retained as Capitol Police, because I'm assuming that everybody in the Capitol Police Force at that time is now a Capitol policeman. Is that a correct assumption?
No, I don't know that that's a correct assumption or not, because I don't know that all the same people are still there. So I can't say that that's correct, no.
Okay, can we get that information? And then the last thing I'd like to know, because I think I was one of about 7 or 8 people who voted against taking the Capitol Police away from them under the auspices of management. Can you tell us then how many of the existing Capitol Police people who were quit, let go, or whatever happened to them, that were here working for this legislature before that bill became law? Can we get the lawyers to get that information from DPS as well?
I didn't understand your question.
Well, let me repeat it, because
Sure.
I want you to understand what I'm saying. There were a group of people, I don't know how many, who made up our Capitol Police Force. That Capitol Police Force was under the auspices of the Joint Management Committee of this legislature.
I think it was under
legislature,
DFA.
if you let me, so you'll know what I want.
I think they were under DFA, though. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, well, Well, we give the money to DFA, so, okay, all right. So, can you tell us then how many DFA should be able to tell us that an agency House members that we fund, can you get them to tell us how many of those people who were hired by DFA as Capitol Police, who were on that force at that time, who are not on that force at this time? I know they can't tell us whether they were fired or whether they quit or whatever, but they can tell us how many it was before the bill became law and after the bill became law.
Legal says that they will do their best to get that information to you.
All right, well, we want to get it as soon as possible, if we could.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, for an introduction out of order and a...
You recognize?
Yes. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, on behalf of Representative Mims, Cockerham, and myself, I'd like you all to help make welcome the South Gallery, the Youth Leadership Natchez and Mayor's Youth Council, along with Mayor Dan Gibson, Alderwoman Valencia Hall, Supervisor Ricky Gray, and the Natchez Adams County Chamber of Commerce President Lynn Jenkins, and I think Mr. David Carter's up there. Please help make them welcome. One more thing, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I'd like the House to help me wish brilliant IT technician, Mr. Larry McGee, a happy birthday. He works on our computers, fixes them, and when he can't fix them, he can lay hands on them. Thank you.
Right, Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Mr. Speaker, with Lady Yield,
Sure.
could you just simply talk me through the new boundaries? What streets are the boundaries for the new?
Yeah, it's the same boundary lines that we previously passed in House Bill 696. The northernmost boundary line being County Line Road, the easternmost boundary line being the river, and the western and the southernmost boundary lines are largely unchanged with the exception of a couple of blocks that were tweaked at the request of various entities.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield, please.
Yes.
Being an attorney, gentle lady, when you are in litigation, isn't there some kind of gag order on continuing to discuss, continuing to advance? And since the Capitol Police have at least two investigation and two litigation situations going, wouldn't it be more prudent as an attorney to just not move forward on anything concerning this particular entity until such litigation has been completed?
No, I don't think this is in any way related to that.
Well, I'm saying the agency is under litigation because of two incidents involving shootings that they're still under investigation. And I think lawsuits have been filed on at least one or two of them. So that's litigation, and as a lawyer, when you have litigation, I thought you put things on hold until such litigation has passed.
Again, I don't think that has anything to do with this bill.
Well, you advance in the boundaries of the organization.
We are changing the boundaries of the CCID at the request of JPD and Capitol Police over crime hearings that we had in the summer because the existing boundaries are confusing to everyone.
I still thought that when you're under litigation, you stop whatever is happening with that agency.
I respectfully disagree, but thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Mr. Speaker, with a Gentlelady Yield.
Yes.
Could you tell me what building, state building is on County Line?
State building, I'm not aware of any.
But we're going to County Line.
That is the current map, yes.
And we're going to the Lieutenant Governor's house in that neighborhood? What state building's over there?
I think the lieutenant governor's house is in this area, yes.
And what about the One Lake project? What state buildings over there?
So the One Lake project, again, we talked about this last time when we voted, is there is a very small portion of the One Lake project that would be encompassed within these new boundary lines, but 90% of the One Lake project is outside of these boundary lines or included within the existing boundary lines of the CCID. This extension or clarification of the boundary lines has nothing at all to do with One Lake.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Lady Yale?
Yes.
Lady, how is the calls going to be handled with the expansion of the jurisdiction, the 911 calls? Like right now, I don't think the Capitol Police has the capacity to take 911. It has to be referred from Jackson Police. So how is 911 going to be developed?
That is an ongoing problem and something that we hope is going to be fleshed out. We are still working on that. As of right now, if you call 911 and you live in the city of Jackson, you're probably not going to get an answer from anyone, JPD or Capitol Police at all. Most people, if they need the police in Jackson, call Capitol Police directly, or they hope that they have in their cell phone number a precinct captain or somebody that they happen to know. If you're in trouble in Jackson, you don't call 911 because you're not going to get any help.
I mean, what?
Yeah, yes.
If you call 911, you won't get any assistance in Jackson.
You will more than likely not get an answer.
Okay, so when you're talking about flushing this out, how long does it take to flush something as important as 911? Who comes to a call? Matter of fact, if I'm pulled over, who comes to that? If I'm stopped by Jackson Police Department, does Capitol Police supersede their jurisdiction?
No,
if I'm stopped by Jackson Police Department, I mean, can I call for Capitol Police? Not just me being a legislator, just John Q. Citizen. Can I say I want Capitol Police on the scene? I mean, what stops a citizen from asking for Capitol Police?
Well, right now, Capitol Police have jurisdiction within the boundaries of the CCID, and the boundary lines of the CCID, according to JPD and according to Capitol Police, are confusing. They don't know what the boundary lines where they stop and start. Citizens don't know where they stop and start. They ask that the boundary lines, especially in the northern portion, be clarified. That is the large reason for this bill and what it does, so that the citizens know who they can call if they need help, because 911 isn't it, and so that everyone can have police protection even when they need it. But no, this isn't to supersede JPD, or there's nothing in this bill other than the actual lines.
Well, ma'am, if you may, or if you know, what is the standard operation procedure of Capitol Police as it relates to engaging with civilians now, since you're expanding their jurisdiction and their scope of work? Do you know that?
I'm going to need a more specific question.
Their SOP. I mean, what is their standard?
I don't have their SOP. I don't work there.
Well, I know you don't work there, but when you start talking about jurisdiction and dealing with people outside of their capacity, you have to know what is their standard operation procedure. When I pull over someone, do I automatically cut on my blue lights, or how do I conduct myself when I interact with individuals? Those things are very important in dealing with people. So if you're presenting the bill, that is a question as a member that I need to know. What is their standard operation procedure as you expand their capacity of work?
I can tell you that what I have seen from living in Jackson and what residents in Jackson have seen and what my constituents have seen and asked for is that they respond, and that crime in the areas that they are patrolling has been decreased. And that's what people in Jackson want to see, is a decrease in crime. And they've seen that in the areas where Capitol Police are patrolling.
I mean, ma'am, that's a matter of opinion, because
it's not a matter of opinion if you're living in it.
Excuse me, ma'am, I just read an article where the Capitol Police now leads in murders as it relates to civilians since they've been enforcing laws in Jackson. So I just read that article yesterday. So I mean, when you talk about it decreases crime, that's a matter of opinion. But my question to you is, as you expand this jurisdiction, what is the capacity of them engaging with law enforcement, especially when it relates to 911? If a member or a civilian calls 911, who's going to show up? Or do they have the capacity to engage those calls as they come in?
911 system is broken. It has to be fixed, and it was broken long before Capitol Police existed. That is an entirely different issue. Capitol Police and DPS have assured me that these boundary lines are within their capabilities and within their staffing capabilities to patrol. So that is the answer to the second part of your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Gentlelady, we just called 911 and we got an answer right away.
You're lucky.
So I don't want this body or anybody that is listening to this debate to receive from you that 911 is not working and that people will not receive help.
I have had many people come to me all across Jackson, business owners. In fact, I had one last night. I was at an event who his store was robbed at gunpoint, called 911 multiple times and got no answer, attempted to call a police officer directly that he could see out of the store of his window and could not get the police officer to answer. This was last night that this was told to me. I've had friends who've had their home invaded who attempted to call 911 and got no answer. I've had friends who were in car wrecks and called 911, were not able to get anyone to answer.
Okay,
I've had other constituents who called 911 and did, no, I'm gonna finish.
We get it.
I'm gonna finish. I am going to finish. I have had other constituents who have called 911 who did get an answer, who were then put on hold in the middle of an emergency. 911 is broken. If you happen to get an answer right now, you are lucky, because you may or may not get an answer in the middle of an emergency. And 911 in the city of Jackson is broken.
So Representative, where is your bill to fix it?
My bill to fix 911?
Yes.
This bill is not related to that, and I'm not the one that brought that up. My bill right now is to give Capitol Police the ability to patrol additional areas by expanding and clarifying the boundaries, which JPD asked for over the summer and Capitol Police asked for over the summer.
Okay, but you just gave a lot of different incidents of where 911 isn't working.
I did, because I was asked a question about 911.
Have you proposed any legislation to fix the system, as you claim it is not working according to all of these calls that you have received?
Yeah, I think that will be handled in different legislation, but it's not legislation that I've personally dropped this session, no.
So we're not getting to actually resolving crime in the city of Jackson. Well, with this bill, what we're doing is just expanding the authority for Capitol Police.
Which I think will help resolve crime in the city of Jackson.
Okay. If this passes, Capitol Police will have jurisdiction just in the boundaries that are included in the strike-off.
Yes, this does not change anything other than the boundary lines.
Okay. We've been doing a lot around House Bill 1020. It's been going back and forth with a lot of different changes. In the current amendment that was passed on the Senate yesterday, on the Senate floor yesterday, Capitol Police would have full jurisdiction over the city of Jackson. Which do you prefer, just your area or the entire city?
I personally have had conflicting information come to me from other members of the delegation that represent the city of Jackson. Some want Capitol Police in their areas and some do not. I can tell you that the area within the map that I have before the body today, those people within that area want Capitol Police. If there are additional members within the body that represent other portions of Jackson that want Capitol Police as well, then I think that that can be addressed as this bill moves along. But as you personally know, you at one point had an area within this map, and then later said that you didn't want to be in the map. So it's a fluid situation at this point.
Yes, and let me clarify that to give context, because you're saying a lot and you're not explaining the whole story. The context of that request was for infrastructure, not for Capitol Police, not for a separate court system. It was not for those things, and that was why I told you.
None of that was ever in this bill. This bill has always just been boundary lines.
But you have supported other legislation to give Capitol Police more jurisdiction.
Again, that is a completely separate bill, always was a separate bill.
So then what is the real intent of expanding the CCID?
Again, we had hearings over the summer. Capitol Police and JPD both said multiple times that the boundary lines are confusing. They don't know who's responsible for patrolling which areas, especially in the northern part of the boundary. They wanted the boundaries clarified. These boundary lines are incredibly easy. There's a straight line across the northern boundary, and the easternmost boundary is the river. Don't go in the water. It doesn't get any more clear than that for everybody involved, the citizens, JPD, and Capitol Police.
So expanding the CCID, again, is to give Capitol Police more territory?
It would do that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any data that shows that Capitol Police is actually being effective in the area that it has right now?
I don't have actual data, no, but I have constituents and other people who live and work in the areas where Capitol Police are able to patrol. And I can tell you stories, again, if you'd like to hear about those, of things that they've done. And I've seen personally things that Capitol Police have done since they've been able to patrol.
The gentleman from Lowndes County also referenced a report that actually had data that showed that Capitol Police is probably the most dangerous law enforcement agency in the state of Mississippi right now, with the number of shootings, officer-involved shootings that it has had in this short amount of time that they've actually been patrolling the CCID. I won't say the city of Jackson, the CCID.
Was that a question?
It was.
What was the question?
Would you agree?
I would agree that they are patrolling the most dangerous city in possibly the United States with the highest per capita murder rate. So it's possible that they've been engaged in some very dangerous situations. I don't know the details of all of that.
We received testimony from one of the JPD police chiefs that they are receiving anywhere between 8,000 to 10,000 calls per week. And they have forwarded about 500 calls to Capitol Police that have gone primarily unanswered because there is no communication in place to determine when Capitol Police should respond, when JPD should respond.
Yeah, we've been trying to get Capitol Police and JPD to enter into a memorandum of understanding for over a year now, and that hasn't happened. I think you're aware of those discussions.
But those calls are actually occurring within the CCID in which Capitol Police is supposed to be patrolling. However, Capitol Police gets to decide whether or not they're going to answer the call. So maybe
I'm not aware of that.
Maybe that is why your friends and family, according to the stories that you shared, why those calls are getting unanswered, because Capitol Police is not answering them.
No, those stories predate Capitol Police, many of them. Those relate specifically to 911 issues.
Okay, so you're talking about old stuff. Okay, so do you know how much this is going to cost?
This will fit within the budget that the governor has already said that he's willing to approve for DPS and for Capitol Police. And DPS and Capitol Police have already said that they can patrol this area with the staff that they anticipate having.
Oh, that's great. So do you know how much it's going to cost?
I don't have a number for you. No, I could get that.
Okay, so we're thinking probably a few million for Capitol Police to expand their force to cover this revised district.
I don't know what the DPS budget request is going to be for this session, but I mean, I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I recognize Jim from the Neshoba for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the House and the gallery above me, the North Gallery, and on behalf of myself, Representative Walker, and Speaker Pro Tem White, please welcome the Pine Grove Christian Academy from Walnut Grove, Mississippi. They're here with their principal, Nick Cardwell, 11th and 12th graders. Please welcome them to your Capitol.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Speak against the bill.
Okay. Gentleman from Octavia Hall, Mr. Taylor.
Gentlelady, will you yield?
Yes.
I just got a couple of questions. I am from Octavia County, so I have no real stake in the city of Jackson. But I am concerned about a few things. My first question is, where does the revenue generated from ticketing and other things associated with police enforcement, where does that revenue go?
You're asking if Capitol Police issues a ticket, where does that revenue go?
Yes.
Wherever it has always gone, I suppose. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume DPS. But I don't know the answer to that. I've asked legal to find that out for you.
I'd like to know that because it's, it's revenue. Not only is it revenue, but it's the type of revenue that makes sure that a police force has the sufficient needs, body cams, things of that nature. So it's important that we get to the bottom of how we keep Jackson's police force relevant. This is my greatest concern because it seems to me that this is a Trojan horse that can be used in anywhere in the state of Mississippi. The idea that violence and crime alone, with no indicators about what those measurables are to have a complete takeover of a city. There's no measurables. There's no numbers associated with violence, no numbers associated with crime that says we have the right as the state of Mississippi to come in and take over an entire police department.
No one's taking over JPD.
Have they not been marginalized to the point that they are almost insignificant? Will they be paid less as Capitol Police in this MOU?
Capitol Police or the state of Mississippi have no involvement at all as to what JPD is paid. This doesn't affect that at all.
But if the pay scale is different, and I'm working in an area where there is true violence, there is crime, and I'm paid less, is my work not as valuable as that as Capitol Police?
Well, but if Highway Patrol is paid more than Capitol Police, or, I don't follow that logic.
Did the state decide to get involved because of $800 million that fell out the sky from the feds?
No. If you will go back and look, I know you're not from Jackson, but I've been discussing this long before federal money for water existed. And there are news articles and Facebook posts and all sorts of things from me about this.
How do we prevent this happening in Starkville? How do we prevent this happening on the coast? How do we prevent this happening as far as the takeover of police departments in other areas of the state?
Again, this is not a takeover of a police department.
Expansion, takeover, semantics.
No, it is the addition of additional Capitol Police officers to facilitate in an area that has the highest crime rate in the entire state, where residents in our capital city, I won't even let my son, I live in Jackson, right now, he's not allowed to walk 2 doors down to his friend's house by himself.
Lastly, you mentioned that the efforts of Capitol Police are already working.
Yes.
And you gave anecdotal commentary at best.
Yeah.
So if being a learned attorney in the courtroom, would anecdotal information be enough to win a case, or do you need facts?
Well, those are facts. I could put those people who have those experiences on the stand and let them tell their stories, which are based in fact. That's fact. Those are factual.
I think as legislators, we need data to be able to make intelligent decisions.
Well, I live it,
information.
and I can tell you that it's needed and it's necessary, and I can tell you that the people that I represent need it and want it desperately. Otherwise, I have people who are going to leave Jackson, businesses and residents, because they do not feel safe and they do not want to be here anymore. If they do not feel like they can walk down their streets in their neighborhoods or go shopping or take their kids to school or allow their kids to walk around, they need it and they want it, and I am trying to give it to them.
I appreciate the increase in police activity. But the same thing can be accomplished by funding the City of Jackson Police Department.
We recognize the gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, would you help me make welcome West Union Attendance Center and their teacher, Raquel, and Senator Neil Whaley's up there also. This is the #1 attendance center in the state of Mississippi.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Lady Yield,
Yes.
I'd like to throw some positive to you this morning. I stay right over here in Morningside. We've had some incidents over there that Jackson PD did not respond to, okay? The people that came were our Capitol Police, and they took care of the situation. So all this negativity about our Capitol Police, I just want you to know I'm proud of this bill. I support you 110%.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes.
Gentlelady, do you represent just Hines County or part of Jackson? What's the area in which what area do you represent?
I represent portions of Jackson and Madison and Ridgeland.
Okay, so with all the issues that have taken place around crime, have you authored any legislation that would increase the funding for the police department in the city of Jackson?
I have not personally, no.
Okay, because I looked at your introduction and I didn't see anything. So do you know if there are, how much, do you know what the cost for expanding the police department and giving them more officers in the city of Jackson would be?
For the city of Jackson?
Yes. Do you know if how many officers they need and how much it would cost?
During the hearings that we had over the summer, they gave us some information as to how many officers they currently had, how many officers they thought that they needed. I think that we asked them for specific numbers as far as dollar amounts, along with specific crime stat information that we asked for, and we were told by their attorney that they would get that information to us, and as far as I know, that was never given to us.
So as a legislator for the city of Jackson, and you made a request and you did not receive the information, should you not have gone back to, because this is a problem, should you not have gone back to ask that information to get it?
Well, I've been down that road multiple times with the city, including last year when I had to get information about their request for water needs, and I'm happy to take you down that trail if you'd like, but it was very, very difficult to get any actual information from the city.
Okay, so gentlelady, have you conferred with your other colleagues from the city of Jackson and made that request to find out that information? Have y'all, you know, there's unity in numbers, so have you worked with any of your other delegation to go receive that information?
I can tell you that there has been frustration, not just from me, but with other members of the delegation with getting timely legislative requests from the city of Jackson, yes.
So I can assume your answer is no, you have not worked with your other delegation in order to go get that information. So
that is not what I said.
Well, you didn't answer the question, so you kind of went around. Let me ask you this question here. If you made a statement a few minutes ago about the safety of your child going 2 doors down in your neighborhood, and I am a parent and I'm a grandparent, when there are concerns in my neighborhood, I reach out to my local law enforcement agency and find out what is going on and what officers are making the patrol and how often they're making patrols. Did you do that?
Yeah, and we have private security even in our neighborhood, but they're not there 24 hours a day.
Okay, so you stated, did you not state earlier that members in your community, in your district, had concerns about police safety, and yet you did not file any legislation requesting additional funds for Jackson Police Department. You've had several meetings and you didn't file any legislation whatsoever to enhance the opportunity of law enforcement within your city.
This will increase law enforcement within my, yes.
No, that's not your legislation. That's
This is my bill.
That's a Senate bill.
Well,
Now, did you do
it's a strike all that has my House bill language in it.
Okay, so how much money will it take in order to have proper law enforcement services in the city of Jackson? How much money? That's a simple question.
So that is a very, are you asking how much JPD wants?
How much money does JPD need in order to have proper law enforcement services in this city? Can you tell me that?
I told you just a moment ago that I cannot give you that number because it was never given to me.
So, it appears to me, gentlelady, and correct me if I'm wrong, in order to advocate for something, you should know all the facts and all the concerns before you just decide to shift from A to B without doing due diligence. Did you do your due diligence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes.
I'm honestly not trying to beat up on you. I'm really trying to decide what I think about this. Are you familiar, or do you know this to be true or not, that the JPD police chief said just a few months ago he had the money to hire an additional 100 officers but couldn't recruit them and couldn't find them? Are you familiar with that, or is that true, what I've heard?
I don't know specifically about that number, but I do know that they have had problems recruiting officers, and I think that that's a national problem, not just specific to JPD, but I also think that part of it is JPD has lost officers to other law enforcement agencies. They've lost some to Capitol Police, and they've also lost some to other surrounding law enforcement agencies.
So do you know how the recruiting has been for the Capitol Police? Do you have any idea on that?
I don't know how the different agencies are handling recruiting. I don't have any information for that.
Do they have the officers now, the Capitol Police, that they think they need?
I think that they have, I've been told that what they have is sufficient to cover the boundary lines that are within my bill. I think that there is a plan to expand and have more, and I think the governor has spoken on that and supports that. But what I've requested in this bill, I've talked to Commissioner Tyndall, and I've talked to Chief Lucky, and they are comfortable that with the staff that they currently have, they could adequately patrol this area.
So you took that to at least imply that they have the officers they need. They may want more, but they have the officers they need.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Looking at the police force in the city of Jackson, do you feel that expanding Capitol Police will ever allow for the city of Jackson to build an adequate police force to police the city of Jackson with the current recruitment strains that are nationally? Does this exasperate the recruitment possibilities of the future of Jackson Police Department?
I don't think so, and I actually see as if we have an area where Capitol Police is expanded and they are able to patrol that area, I think it actually will serve to alleviate a burden off of JPD. They can no longer have to have primary responsibility for that area, and they can concentrate their area or their efforts in other areas of Jackson until they are able to build up their entire police force.
One last question. Is this concurrent jurisdiction or exclusive jurisdiction?
This bill has nothing in it about jurisdiction, concurrent, anything. It literally just changes the boundary line. So we've kind of gone off on a...
It says jurisdiction in the title.
I understand, but that is a Senate bill, and we did a strike all, putting my House bill language in it.
I don't have the strike all in front of me. I'm just making sure that...
The strike all hasn't been adopted yet, so the short title hasn't been changed yet.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Gentlelady, you yield.
Yeah.
Actually, the gentleman from Oktibbeha actually asked the question that about the revenue, where the revenue comes to. I have an amendment here to clarify that in this language. But my question to you is, with Capitol Police going through, as has been mentioned before, having all these shootings and police pursuits that have occurred, and I'm 100% against police pursuits. Is there any mention of the Capitol Police being a part of the community as far as doing community policing, being more out front with what they represent versus blazing guns and running people over? I know it's not in this bill, but I'm just general.
Yeah, no, again, this bill literally just has the boundary lines. It doesn't address what Capitol Police's role is or duties are, none of that. It is just the boundary lines.
Right. And with the increased boundary lines that we're attempting to have, is there any consideration of allowing JPD to have any more funding or more help from the state?
So it's not in this bill, but there have been other bills, and I think that there's some language in, I don't know the exact version of 1020 that passed the Senate, but I think that there's some language in that bill that would serve as requiring an MOU between JPD and Capitol Police as far as what their duties would be and how they would work with each other.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, amendment. Mr. Speaker. Just the amendment at the appropriate time.
All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentle lady yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned about the boundary lines. This is just kind of expanding the boundary lines. Who right now, who is the primary, when it comes to the Capitol Police, at this current moment, the jurisdiction of that, are the Capitol Police primary or they concurrent?
I believe it's concurrent.
So it's concurrent right now. So if we expand it, it's going to be concurrent through that. It's not going to change the primary.
My bill doesn't do anything except change the lines.
Okay. Also, right now, if someone gets stopped by the Capitol Police and JPD comes at the same time, who's going to kind of be in charge of that, taking over?
There, again, it's concurrent jurisdiction, so they would work that out amongst themselves because there is not a specific memorandum of understanding that the two entities have entered into despite repeated efforts to get them to do that.
Okay. My last question, you mentioned that 911 is not a number to call, that it's sufficient to call. So what number do people or residents call right now when they do get in contact with Capitol Police?
We call the Capitol Police number, yeah.
What number is that? Is there
I'll get it for you.
Okay.
I don't have it memorized. Maybe I should, but I don't have it memorized.
How does that number get out to the public? Is that some cards passed out? Who knows that number?
I think it's on, it's just the Capitol Police number. You could Google Capitol Police, and it's like their dispatch number or whatever. Dispatch might not be the right number or right word, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Jim from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman over here.
Yes.
A couple of questions for you. Speaking of the boundary lines, how do we arrive at the new lines?
So again, at the request of JPD and at the request of Capitol Police during crime hearings that we had over the summer through Judd B., we were asked to do very simple lines and to make it a rectangle, essentially. And that is what these new boundary lines do to the best of my ability in map drawing.
Okay, so when we come back next year, will we have data or anything to show the effectiveness of the new lines as relates to crime decreasing in the city, possibly?
Under this bill?
Yes.
It just changes the lines. There's no study committee in it. There's no, it literally just changes the lines.
So how would we measure if it's working or not?
Well, I mean, I can come back next year and tell you whether or not my constituents feel safe enough to walk down the street, or whether or not I've had additional businesses leave the city of Jackson, or whether or not armed robberies have decreased, or whether or not I have had my son's classmates be held up at armed carjackings and had guns held to their, heads as 6-year-olds. I can come back and give you that data if you'd like.
Yeah, lady, that was, excuse me, that was exactly what I was hoping you would say. So when you come back and those things have continued to happen, can we expect new lines to be drawn?
No, I think what will happen is we'll see people leave Jackson.
But my question is, can we expect more expansions in the years to come?
No, I think if Capitol Police isn't effective, then I think people are just going to leave. If this doesn't work, and I think people think that it will work because it has worked in areas where Capitol Police is currently patrolling, but if Capitol Police doesn't work, I think this is the last-ditch effort for a lot of people in Jackson. And if this doesn't work, you're going to have a lot of people in Jackson and a lot of businesses in Jackson leave. And they are asking for this because they don't want to leave Jackson. The water doesn't work. The government doesn't work. It's not safe in Jackson. They just want very simple things. They want to be able to flush their toilets. They want to be able to take a shower when they need to. They want to be able to walk down the street. They want to be able to operate their businesses safely. This is all that they're asking for, and for this to get constant pushback is completely unnecessary.
Lady, how many square miles would this new expansion cover for the city of Jackson?
I have no idea how many square miles it is.
It's small compared to the entire city, yes or no?
Compared to the entire city?
Yes.
I don't.
Okay, I guess here's where I'm going. You just said this would be the last ditch effort to save Jackson and keep all the businesses here, keep people safe. But there's a whole rest of the city left that these lines does not cover.
Who have said that they don't want Capitol Police?
So these new lines alone is going to fix the whole crime problem for the whole city of Jackson. What about the rest of the city?
Well, no, it's not going to fix everything, but what is the problem in doing something that could help?
Because there's more city left. If we're really concerned about it, why didn't we entertain the possibility, as we mentioned before, asked before, about funding the police department so they can cover the whole entire city? If but just one piece have been carved out, Ms. Lady, that should be able to save the whole entire city.
No, absolutely not. What is in this map are the areas that have asked to be in it, and we have taken out anything for the areas that the people have said that they do not want Capitol Police. That map was specifically drawn, and anyone who came to me and said that they didn't want to be included because they said their constituents didn't want to be included, they were removed. So Capitol Police isn't being forced on anyone who doesn't want it. We are making an effort to try and give additional police officers to the areas that have asked specifically for additional police.
Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Jump from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a lady yield.
Yes.
Lady, I just have a few questions. If the state do this, I would like to see it work right, okay? Now, with that being said, how many homicide detectives do the Capitol Police presently have?
I don't know the answer to that.
How many property crime detectives do we have?
I can get you the breakdown of the stats of their force, but I don't know.
And let me tell you where I'm going with this. We start talking about safety, public safety, and policing. Riding the streets, patrolling, turning lights on, busting heads is only part of it, okay? After the murders have taken place, that's when the real police work comes in.
Hopefully we can stop the murders from happening. That's the ultimate goal.
Well, it sounds like this is just the patrol unit. With law enforcement, you have various departments that have various responsibility. And if one is not working correctly, then the whole operation is not going to work. So with that being said, are we putting the horse before the cart? Should we have waited a while in this small jurisdiction that we have and let them work out all of the kinks before we try to expand it?
No, people are tired of waiting.
But state of Mississippi, people in Holmes County is contributing to the cost of this, okay? So if you don't have the various different departments in order for it to work, then are we just throwing good money after bad money?
Again, and I've said this multiple times, I have talked to DPS, I have talked to Capitol Police, and they are comfortable with these boundary lines, that they can effectively do their job within these boundary lines.
So sound like, with that being said, sound like to me their solution is just simply patrolling the streets.
That's not what I said. I said they are confident, and they have said that they can do their job within these boundary lines. That, I don't know if that means that they are only patrolling. I don't think that's what they mean. They've said that they can do their job, and their job, as you've said, is multifaceted.
I just don't see how you can have a police force that's ready to take on almost a third of the city of Jackson, the largest city, and they don't have any detectives for homicides, for robberies, for sexual assaults. It seems like it's just patrolling. As you used the term earlier, security. It just seems like it's a security force on steroids.
No, the original Capitol Police, as you know, their primary function was to patrol essentially state buildings. That is no longer what Capitol Police is. They are an actual police force now, currently.
Okay. But I think the latest explanation was earlier, you have no idea whether they have one homicide detective.
I don't have the breakdown of their staff. I don't have that for JPD either. They may have none either.
Well, they have some. I've met some of theirs. But later, I just don't think that this agency is ready to expand and take on the task that y'all are attempting to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I disagree with you, and they disagree with you.
Gentleman from Okeechobee Hall, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Gentlelady, will you please yield for further questions?
Sure.
I do apologize. I had a list. I got a little excited. I didn't get a chance to get to the rest of it. But I will ask you this. What's the demographics of Jackson? What's the racial demographics of Jackson?
Of all of Jackson?
Yeah.
I believe it's roughly 80% black.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a hearing here on Monday concerning the expansion, concerning JPD's involvement, Capitol Police involvement? Are you aware of that hearing?
A hearing?
Yes.
No.
Okay. During that hearing,
What committee had a hearing?
actually, one of the state representatives here, who represents Hines, called for the hearing. There was a large community involvement from multiple community action groups, I think about 30 of them.
What committee?
Wasn't a committee, it was at the request of the state representative. Let me get to the nuts and bolts of this thing. During that time, well, first let me ask you, who does the Capitol Police report to? Who's the big man in charge? Who's the big?
So Sean Tyndall would be at the top.
Are you aware that he was requested to be there?
Again, I didn't even know that there was a meeting, so no.
Do you know that not only did he not show up, but he did not even send an alternate?
No, but I mean, we had to subpoena the mayor of Jackson to show up at a Judd B committee hearing on crime in the city of Jackson, so.
Well, we're talking about community trust here. We're talking about, you have reportedly said that the community is calling for this action to happen, yet they cannot speak to the man in charge, nor to an alternate. And some of those people that these community action groups were representing actually were some of the victims that were shot by Capitol Police. Are you aware of that?
Again, I was not even aware that that the meeting happened, so the answer to all of these questions about things that happened at the meeting will be no.
So this legislation is not only asking for expansion, but for trust. And if these individuals who feel like they've been aggrieved, these individuals who need to actually speak to our commissioner and or alternative, with an 80% African-American district and nearly every voice in that room was African-American, do you think, and I'm asking a very genuine question, do you think that the community that you're asking to trust this process is actually being heard?
Well, I will tell you that if there are people who asked to be taken out of these lines, they were taken out. So this isn't being forced on anyone.
Community, that is the name.
That's correct.
It's community.
So if there are people in the community who have said, we do not want additional police, we do not want Capitol Police in our neighborhoods or in our community or in our portion of Jackson, they are not drawn in. in this map
I'd like to.
that is before you.
I'd like to close with this. There cannot be trust without communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Adams and gentleman from Madison both requested opportunity to speak. Recognize gentleman from Adams first. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. That's correct. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, has an amendment.
So my amendment clearly states that all revenue collected from traffic tickets My bad. All right. My amendment basically clarifies that all traffic fees and fines that are assessed by the Capitol Police go directly to the city of Jackson. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Recognize the lady to respond. Or Chairman, either one.
Yeah, a little heartburn on the amendment, and here's why. I understand what he's trying to do. Everything right now goes to the Hinds County Justice Court, so you're kind of taking money away from Hinds County if the amendment passes. So I would ask that you oppose the amendment. There's not a court in Capitol Police for everything to go to. Everything goes to, like I said, to Justice Court at Hinds County, so you would be limiting some of the money for Hinds County.
I guess the gentleman does not wish to close. The question recurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The amendment fails. Anything further? Any other amendments? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Adams to speak on the bill. Excuse me. We're not on final passage. Do you want to? We've got to adopt a strike all first, gentlemen. All right. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The House isn't voting. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 72 yeas, 40 nays, the strike all passes. We're now on final passage. I recognize the gentleman from Adams to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand to ask you to vote against the bill. You've heard the discussion here. I don't have to repeat it if you're listening. You know, the Capitol Police has no access to 911. They don't have any homicide detectives. They don't have anywhere to take anybody if they arrest them. They don't have a holding facility. They don't have anything that are the true mechanism of a true police force. And so, but I will say, I don't think they intend to operate that way. So as you stand here and sit here today, getting ready to authorize a police force that you don't know how much it's going to cost, the expansion of, and then understand that they are clearly already, because they should, are beginning to ask for, we're going to need a jail. We're going to need a holding facility because we don't have anywhere to take anybody in Jackson. And they can't take them to the Hinds County Detention Center because it's under the consent decree. They can't take care of the ones they got out there. So they're already talking about, not only are you going to pay us to increase this police force that you don't know how much it's going to cost, they're going to ask you to build them a jail, a separate and apart from the one in Hinds County. It's going to happen because they can't operate as a police force if they don't have those simple parts of law enforcement. The other thing is, I think it's a little bit, I don't know, the lady is smart enough to know what she's doing, but how do you have a police force and you say you're fighting crime and they can't even accept or answer or to be directed on a 911 call? And this idea that 911 doesn't work, well, whatever it does, Capitol Police can't get a 911 call. So you expanded the jurisdiction of a police force that can't even get a call. And you're going to pay for that. You're going to pay for a police force that can't do police work. So I'm just suggesting to you that there's a cost involved in here. There's a multiple number of costs that are going to be involved that nobody's talking about. And you're looking at something that you don't know where it's going to be when you start this going forward. So you hear people up here talking about all the obvious things to me as an African-American man that I think about in terms of race. Now, forget that. Let's talk about as a practical understanding of what you do here as a legislator. And that is, I've never seen this body. I've been here 30 years. I've never seen this group of people ever talk about passing a piece of legislation and not say, well, wait a minute, now how much is it going to cost? What are we going to spend? Where is it going from here? Never. Sometimes to my greatest aggravation, I'm like, will you please just sometime, let's just do it. But all of you good fiscal conservatives always ask that question. But right here, we're talking about millions, multiple millions of dollars, not 5 or 6. I'm talking about 18, 20. I've heard the number $160 million for a police force that can't police. So if it is a good idea, for heaven's sake, take the time to figure out what you're doing first. This lady, who is as smart as anybody in here, has said, I don't know more times today than she said the whole time she's been serving in the legislature. Now, you cannot expect that to be a genuine effort to get something that's meaningful done. And so all I'm saying to you is her intentions are good. She's right. There is a serious crime problem in Jackson. Something needs to be done about it. But that is not something you do in a 6-month, if you had a hearing this summer and that's all you've done. This is a major issue. This is something that I suggest that we all need to take some time and look at. And to the extent possible, help her, talk to her, figure it out what we need to do. But because a small group of citizens in Jackson who are her friends or her supporters or who may be brilliant as far as I know, have sat down and say, this is what we're going to do, then clearly they don't know what we do up here. Because there are a lot more things to consider and a lot more things to do to make this work. So I'm not against what she's trying to do. All I suggest to you that these seat of the pants, let's do something real quick because they've already left Jackson. Who's in Jackson? Ain't nobody in Jackson. You ought to be working on long-range plans how to bring people back. They don't have a mall in Jackson. They don't have any major anchor stores in Jackson. All the big law firms but have left downtown, the big taxpayers. You got maybe a couple of banks or something. They've left Jackson. You're trying to hold on to the trifle number of ones you got? Then do something serious and long-reaching and something you really think about. But you are trying to spend millions and millions of dollars on a police force that can't police. So I would suggest to you that we're not against trying to help Jackson or trying to help Ms. Yates do what she's trying to do. The lady from Hines, before the speaker stops me, do what she's trying to do. What I'm suggesting to you is that this takes a whole lot more work and a whole lot more thought. We're not going to do this in a year. We're not going to do this in a session. And so I would just, part of it's selfish. I'd like to see these millions spent somewhere else right now. I'd like to see it spent on some small town somewhere. I'd like to see it spent on hospitals. I don't want to spend $18 to $160 million on a police force that can't police. So I would ask you to vote against the bill.
Jim from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
This by far is the most depressing session of the legislature that I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of sessions. D.W. Griffith would be very proud of what we've experienced over the last several weeks. As legislation after piece of legislation has come to this floor aimed at one city, the city of Jackson. I have heard reasons and reasoning been given from this podium for various pieces of legislation. And I've sat in my seat and wondered, why don't we go straight to the issue? This legislature wants Jackson be turned into something other than what it historically become and is. The city is about 82% black. Its city officials and elected officials are black. By and large, this city after 6 o'clock is inhabited by those citizens. There's a poem that comes to mind, and it starts out at, if you can keep your head while all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. That's Kepler. The citizens of Jackson are being blamed for being who they are. They are black citizens of the city of Jackson, Mississippi. The lady said, and she was firm in her statement, and she said it twice. She says, this is the highest crime rated city in the state, in the United States. She said that. And it was said for a reason. It was to convey a message to support the legislation that's being proposed. And if you listened to it and didn't have any thought other than that, you would actually believe that, because it promotes a desired result. Now, if you took a second to go and back and look at that, I'm just going to give the cities that are the highest rated, crime rated cities in the United States. Memphis, number 1. St. Louis, number 2. Oakland, number 3. Albuquerque, number 4. New Orleans, Detroit, Lubbock, Texas, Chicago, Stockton, California. Jackson's are not among them, but you've heard the word spoken from this podium. It's the most crime-ridden city in the United States. It is the blackest city in the United States. Let's just say that. More than 40 years ago, when I walked into this chambers and I sat back there in the middle someplace, and I didn't like what was going on. I thought we could do better. It was just 5 of us blacks here at that time, and I stormed up there to the Speaker's podium to see Speaker Buddy Newman. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I need to talk to you. I said, gentlemen, when we take our break, come to my office. I walked in and he said, have some candy. No, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk business today. And I said, I don't like the way this business is being done in this House of Representatives. And I think we can do better. And I went on for about 10 minutes, and he sat back there with his legs crossed. And when I finished, he told me something that's very true. I've never forgot it. He said, gentlemen, if you got the votes, you can do anything you want to do. I'd rather that we start this session out with the legislature saying, we don't like the way Jackson's being run, and we're going to make sure we make sure it runs a different way. We want to expand the CCID district. We want to expand the police force. We want to take it over. I wouldn't have liked it, but I would appreciate it a lot more than blaming the citizens of Jackson, Mississippi, claiming that you can't get a 911 call answered. Did y'all hear that? All right. I want you to understand language. If I heard the language right, I can't get anybody to answer the phone when I call 911. It said nothing about getting a response from the police. But all you heard was, I can't get a response. Now, all of you have been in Jackson for a while. A lot of you stay around Jackson, live here. I guarantee you haven't had anybody come up to you say, you know what, I didn't get anybody to answer a 911 call, or the community is saying that they're not getting calls responded to. All that is to justify what's going to happen in this House of Representatives. It's going to happen. The vote is going to be up there on the board. You'll have what they're going to call Democrats, but it's really black folk on the left side. You're going to have Republicans on the other side who are going to vote for it because you have the votes, and I know that. Buddy Newman was right. You have the votes and you're going to vote. But I want to make it uncomfortable for you to have to do that. I want the uncomfortable truth to come forward here. This has nothing to do with solving crimes, because you will not solve crimes with the police force here, expanding their jurisdiction. If you really wanted to stop crime, you do what they did in Gulfport, Mississippi. When they were having a high crime surge there, there was no state takeover by the state. They sent support to Gulfport, Mississippi. They sent resources to Gulfport, Mississippi to help them through their crisis. Now, if we walked in here as true legislators and we wanted to do something about crime in Jackson, Mississippi, we would send support. We would send resources to the people who were there so that the people who live in Jackson could have someone to hold accountable. This police force will be not accountable to anybody that lives in the borders of Jackson, Mississippi. You can't get a person who's in charge of the force now to even show up when the citizens say, we'd like to have a meeting. And you heard from this podium that people saying, I don't want it in my community, so we left them out. People in Jackson, Mississippi just don't live in their houses. They live throughout the city. They travel in the city. Their kids go to school in various places. They have activities that they take care of. They're going to end up on a daily basis in whatever jurisdiction we decide the Capitol Police will have. Now, I'm going to close with this. Why are black people in Hinds County and Jackson, Mississippi concerned about who polices them? I know that many of you voting on the left, right side of that board up there don't understand this. But we who have experienced it, when we see a police car, even me at my age, my brain clicks in because of my experiences and what I've seen. I have many police officers who are friends of mine. Men that I have and women that I represented, but I still have that feeling. Why? Because of what I have experienced in my lifetime. And everybody black in this building will tell you the same thing. We know that police do a great job. We want them to come when there's a time of need. But we want to be able to hold them accountable some kind of way. Because if we don't, you have what's going on now with the Capitol Police. Because there is no accountability local, then you have the complaints about unwarranted shootings and violence committed by the Capitol Police. Nobody knows where to go to hold them accountable. And maybe the police feel that way too. Have any of you or anybody in this building been beaten by a police officer? Beaten by a highway patrolman? I have. I've been beat to the ground. Now, this didn't happen when I was just a child. It happened when I was a lawyer. So I have that feeling that most black folk feel when it comes to policing. We want people who are really going to be policing and protecting us, not those who we cannot find anyone to hold them accountable. This legislation will pass, but 1020 will be infamous. And this bill will be infamous.
Gentleman's time has expired.
There'll be no joy in this. There'll be no joy in this.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But there'll be no joy in the black community when this becomes law.
I recognize the lady to close.
Thank you. I'll be brief and just want to clarify for the record, you can Google very quickly. As recently as January 6th of this year, there's an article from WLBT. For the second straight year, Jackson's homicide rate ranks highest in the U.S. among major cities. The capital city edged out Memphis, New Orleans, and St. Louis for the deadliest city when ranked per capita. We have a crime problem, we have a murder problem, we have a lack of police problem, and this bill seeks in a very simple way to provide additional police to people in Jackson who are asking for additional police protection. That is all that it does, and I would ask that you simply vote for the bill. Thank you.
All right, question now recurs on Senate Bill 2343. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 67 yeas, 45 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to get consent to change a vote from yesterday. Item number 44, Senate Bill 2524 from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two requests, please. Unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2127 to no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote.
And would also like to adjourn in memory for my good friend, Mr. Henry Sanders.
Okay, thank you, lady. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. McKnight.
Like to change my vote on yesterday's calendar. Item 11, general calendar, Senate Bill 2212 from yay to nay. And item 38, Senate Bill 2082.
Hold on. Any objection? Hearing none, change the gentleman's vote. What's your next one?
Item 38, Senate Bill 2082 from yay to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Mr. Speaker, I have a special request. May I state it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I have a special request, please.
Okay.
I'd like to ask of the House. I have some students over at Blackburn Junior High School.
Yes.
And some of them have a field trip on Friday. And some of the teachers have called and said some of the kids don't have the $25 they need. And I'd like to ask anybody who would be so kind is to bring $1 or $2 or whatever by my desk so we can give a donation to those kids on behalf of Mississippi House of Representatives. Thank you so much for that time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentleman Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. My friend Senator Juan Barnett asked to make sure that everybody knew that his barbecue tonight has been changed from MMA over to the farmer's market at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Asked to change my vote on item number 6 on motion reconsider. Senate Bill 2212 for my desk mate, from a yes to a no. A no to a yay. Sorry.
Any objection? Change the vote. All right, I don't see any further announcements. Recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House be in recess until 2 o'clock today.
Motion is to stand in recess till 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess till 2 p.m. Please let the House come back to order. We will return to where we left off on the general calendar, item 4, Constitution.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a calendar in front of me. I don't know if it's been read for a third time, but I'd call up Senate Resolution 533.
Gentleman calls the resolution up, moves the rules to be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is the resolution, I guess is the proper way, to establish an initiative process for Mississippi citizens. And I'll go through what it does. First, it does just that. It reserves the people the right to have an initiative process. It is not constitutional. It is a statutory initiative. It allows them to make amendments to the statute, to a statute. For the initiative process, you cannot propose any new amendments to the Constitution, cannot propose any new law, or amend any existing law relating to Mississippi Public Employees Retirement System. So you cannot do anything that impacts PERS. You cannot propose any new local or special law, local or private law. Cannot propose any new law or amend or repeal anything that has to do, any existing law on any subject matter that any section of this Constitution prohibits the legislature from enacting. What that says is you can't do anything the legislature can't do. You cannot appropriate money out of an initiative, and you cannot propose any new law, amend, or repeal anything in any law that relates to abortion. The process requires 12%, and this is what I want to pay attention to. The petition must be signed over a 12-month period by 12% of the total qualified electors of the state as the date of the last presidential election. So that's 12% of electors for the last presidential election, of course, and that should be reflective in every congressional district, meaning that if you have 5, it's going to be 12% divided by 5, or if you have 3, it's going to be the 12% number divided by 5. Anything in excess of that, for example, if in the first district where I'm at, if you have 100,000 and you only need 50, only the first 50 count. The additional part does not, and it does not count toward the whole total of the 12%. The sponsor of the initiative must give us, and this is line 55, the sponsor of the initiative shall identify in text the amount and source of revenue required to implement the initiative. And this was last year, right? And this is the part, yeah, this was the part that we voted on last year. If you remember, the House voted for an initiative process and went to the Senate and didn't get anywhere. This is language from that part. Just says that the sponsor shall also provide in text of the initiative for the specific funding source or mechanism to pay for the cost. And if the initiative requires a reduction in the source of government revenue that would cause the amount of funds to be less, they also have to talk about that. Section 5 requires a fiscal note from anybody trying to do one. Section 6 is where the process starts. This is where the Secretary of State shall file with the clerk in the House the complete text of the initiative, and that shall be placed if it does so. If the initiative is adopted as and amended by the legislature and if no action is taken, they have 4 months, or the initiative will go on the ballot. It shall be placed. The initiative shall be placed on the next general statewide election, Now, we have the same process of vote that we had before. This is the same process that was deemed unconstitutional or whatever earlier, but this has to do with statutes, but the process is the same. The legislature also has the ability under this to do a legislative alternative. You have the same percentage of votes that were required previously for that. A couple things I want to else to be aware of is, of course, we said that a legislative alternative can be placed on the ballot. You can do no more than 5 initiatives on any type of ballot. That I believe is what we passed last year. And the procedure for circulating it must be done by a person who is a resident of Mississippi, and they must print and sign on each page of the petition that the person is a resident of the state of Mississippi. And then the legislature, like I said, can act on, if it passes, the legislature can come in during the next session and follow through with it. They can vote on it, they can repeal it, they can do whatever they want to. There is no waiting period. Last year, if you remember, we had a 2-year waiting period. In this particular package, we do not. The legislature could repeal something at the next legislative session, and the bill further brings forward and conforms language to other parts of the statute. It also has a reverse repealer in it. And that, Mr. Speaker, is an explanation of the initiative.
All right, questions, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
So the changes in this ballot initiative that you just explained, it's kind of interesting that you say that you can't put on the ballot anything about abortion or anything of that nature.
I'll read that back to you, but that's correct. Yes, you cannot put. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. Abortion is one of them. PERS is another. Other stuff is what was generally passed last year. It has to do with appropriations, local and private legislation, stuff like that.
Okay, so we know that this ballot initiative process started as a result of the overturning of the marijuana plan. And it was what, 5, and now it's only 4 districts that we're supposed to have now?
I think that was the conclusion they drew, yes.
Right. So why hadn't we just made it just the 4 districts that we can vote in and leave it as it is? I mean, was the last ballot initiative process that we had?
We made it to where it's kind of a sliding scale, if you will. If it becomes 5 and the state grows and we get 5, the number is based on 5. If it goes down, it's based on 3. We didn't. It's 12% of the electors statewide, and then of course that 12%'s got to be evenly distributed among the congressional districts.
Okay, can you explain to me why it takes more ballot signatures versus the last ballot initiative that we had?
I think that's just what we have come to, and I would tell you that was my understanding. And I have not talked to the chairman in the Senate, but I talked to our chairman. My understanding is the Senate is drawing a hard line on that 12%.
I was going to say, when do we have?
I like to have people have an initiative process.
Yeah, and
I think they should have an initiative process.
I think this is. I mean, honestly, I believe it's overburdensome.
I'll concede to you that it is a taller burden than what we had before. In terms of gathering the signatures, you're going from probably about 250,000 people to get an initiative on the ballot.
Right. And you mentioned about the PERS. Have we ever had anybody put that on the ballot before?
Not to my knowledge, but I hadn't been paying attention, but for 15, 16 years or so. To my knowledge, no.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
I recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like for you and the other members of the House to please help me make welcome Mayor Jay Trapani in the North Gallery and Mr. Julian Rankin in the South Gallery. Julian is the Executive Director of the Walter Anderson Museum. Please stand.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Before, you got to enter. Are you asking me questions?
I think so. Is
Okay.
there somebody else?
Before you do, I want to go back to his question. I was told that PERS is actually prohibited in the Constitution. Okay?
Does the gentleman yield for my
Yes.
question to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there a provision in this legislation that permits the legislature to place initiatives on the ballot ourselves?
We can still do that.
Is it in this bill, or
I
is
think
it
that's
just, is existing law just pursuant to what we've done before?
We can do an amendment that way, not as
The constitutional amendment.
The initiative part of this would be an alternative like we've done in the past.
Okay, so we just do the alternative on the ballot like we were able to do with the current constitutional process, right?
Yes.
Okay, so am I understanding it correctly to say that none of the amendments that are passed at the ballot box are binding? Are we able to come back and change the votes once it passes?
In terms of, well, there is not an amendment initiative process right now.
So in this new bill,
that
we're hoping to replace the process that's been thrown out by the courts.
This is completely statutory. So to answer your question, yes, if there's a statutory, name your issues, statutory issue that is voted on and it becomes before the legislature, we can affirm it, we can repeal it, we can amend it through the normal legislative process.
And doing that would not require that it be sent back to the voters, is
No.
that right? So it would be sort of similar to what we did a couple of years ago when the legislature 20-something years ago decided to place an initiative on the ballot about the flag, and we came back and said, no, times have changed. We should probably do our responsibility as the representatives of the people and make a decision because we're elected to do that. Is that right?
Yeah, or the lottery, when the lottery was passed, I think in the late 90s, and nothing was done to it, and then finally something was done about it. I mean, it's the overall issue here is giving people the voice, but also we want to maintain the sanctity and the integrity of this body who is sent down here to make laws.
Okay. And the threshold, can you repeat to me the threshold the Senate has sent to us?
12% on the electors.
And what is the current threshold, or excuse me, not the current, but what is the previous threshold?
If I'm answering your question correctly, it's 250,000 people is what that 12% would go to. What was it before? It was 12% of the voters. Is that right? 12% of the voters in that election, and in the prior gubernatorial election, I believe.
So do you know what the prior signature count would have been?
About 110.
So we're increasing it by $140,000 to get a
140,000 people probably.
To get a non-binding resolution on the
And look, I agree, and I give this speech to kindergartners, to first graders, to elementary students. Whenever I talk to them, this legislature brings up about 4,000 bills a year, and at the end of the day, we're passing about 300. 100 of those are budget bills, another 50 of those are repealer bills, so you're passing 150 bills out of 4,000. Well, the process to change law is supposed to be difficult. The process to create new law is supposed to be difficult. The thing that we value the most in this country is liberty, and anytime we pass a law, and anytime somebody brings up a law, then that's a chipping away of our liberty. So it should be difficult to change stuff.
I actually appreciate that answer. It was a very good answer. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Bumgar, has an amendment. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
You're one of my favorite learned attorneys in here.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you said that because I got some questions for you. Because you are a learned attorney as well, I need a little help. It's a simple question, but I need a little help understanding this. What's the point of a ballot initiative?
The point of a ballot initiative or this?
This ballot initiative.
Well, the point is, right now the people really don't have an initiative process, and the point is to give them something back. Now, we want to give the people a voice and the ability to have a cause to bring either to our attention or to vote on. At the same time, we don't want to become a California or a state where people are voting on more initiatives than they are people or elected officials.
And you believe in your heart that this initiative or this bill that you put before this body allows our constituents a voice in this state?
I will say to you, it gives them far more of a voice than what they have now in terms of an initiative process.
So, and I think the gentleman from, you answered that very carefully, and I can appreciate that. The gentleman from Hines alluded to this earlier. We had a ballot initiative in place, correct?
We had one.
And it was overruled by the Supreme
By the
Court,
Supreme
correct?
Court, yeah.
Why was that?
My understanding, it was just based on the representation of the congressional districts. I didn't read the opinion, but.
Okay,
yeah.
so if the only thing that was wrong with that ballot initiative was the congressional districts, then why not just make that simple tweak so our people could have a voice?
Well, I understand that, and that's basically what we're doing, except we're making this statutory, which we're giving people the voice to do that. We're not making it based on 4 congressional districts, 5 congressional districts. We're doing it statewide. We're giving them the voice to do it. Yeah, it's a higher threshold, but it's also a statutory as opposed to constitutional. And I don't know what else I can answer to that. It does, like I said, it is going to go through conference. It does have a reverse repealer, and we're going to work it through the process, as the gentleman from Choctaw said.
Well, gentlemen, again, we could have just made a simple tweak to it to give our people a voice, but instead you brought this very convoluted bill before this body.
Well, it's not really. It's not really. It's basically the same thing.
Can you explain to us in 4 sentences, a paragraph, how someone can get an initiative on the ballot based on what's that bill?
They go get their petitions and they get their signature signed, and then they submit that to the Secretary of State.
I think you missed the mark there, gentlemen, as far as the 4 sentences. Let me
Well,
ask
I'm a
you this.
lawyer. We get paid to talk, you know.
So, are you willing to go back home and tell your constituents that they now have a voice at the ballot, that they now have a voice, they have an initiative that they can be proud of if this bill passes?
I'll tell them they have an initiative process. I'll always tell them, as long as I'm here, that they have a voice.
And you're good with telling them, you're good with telling them that this piece of legislation is the best piece of legislation that we could come up with to ensure that they have a voice.
I can tell you that, is it the best? I've said yesterday, we can make a hypothetical on every type of situation out there. There's no perfect bill. There's no perfect initiative. I will say this. I do not, and even when we had it in place, I have a lot of heartburn, a lot of trouble with the Constitution. You know, if it would have passed, we would have had the word marijuana in our state constitution. Okay? I have trouble with that. I have trouble with that type of process. So, in my view, I do believe this is better than what we had because it is statutory. It gives us the ability to change things. As you know, you're younger than me. You're far more educated and smart than me. You know that as time goes on, things change. You know, never when our founders set the Constitution did they even have an idea what a smartphone was going to be, nor did they have any idea what those things do and the crimes that you can commit through those or whatever. So, putting something in hard and facts into a Constitution, that's what I have trouble with. I think the statutory provisions and putting this to the statutory provisions is far more better. Does that answer your question?
No, but gentlemen, the bill doesn't allow for an initiative on abortion, correct?
It does not.
Why?
That was just that was what people that drafted the bill and drafted this strike-all wanted to do.
The people that drafted the bill.
And I'm fine with that. The state of Mississippi, I think that follows along with the policy. It certainly follows along with my constituents that they do not want abortion.
Well, your constituents. What about mine?
I think the majority of Mississippians would choose
do you
pro.
think
Would
that,
be
or do
pro-life.
you know it?
I don't think it. I don't know it. I feel that way.
The only way to really find out is to allow them to vote on it,
I feel
correct?
that way within my heart, and based on the fact that some other stuff that we've done, look around at this body. You've got the majority of this body is going to say they're pro-life. Every bit of this body is elected from every sector of Mississippi. That right there is a pretty accurate poll, if I'm not saying that the people of Mississippi are pro-life and would not want abortion on the ballot.
Well, Jim, and I'm sure you can agree with me that even as a body, we don't always get things right, do we?
No, that's why we come back every year.
And that's also why we would have a ballot initiative in place. In an instance that we don't get things right, then the people get to speak, correct?
And they have the ability to do that, except in a limited circumstances.
So we're going to stifle the people's voices by telling them, you can have an initiative process, convoluted, but here are also some things that you can't put on the ballot.
And if the people choose and the people have elective representatives, again, they can bring this back before us. They can change those provisions.
It'd probably be smart for people to unelect those who are trying to stifle their voices, correct?
I don't know that anybody's trying to stifle their voices. Right now, we're trying to give people the voice that they don't have.
Well, you just sat there and told me that they can't even put abortion on the as an initiative. That's stifling, correct?
That's one issue.
One issue, but there are several other things that they can't have it on ballot initiative too, correct?
Well, one's Constitution, other stuff is local and private, which I don't think would be there. Others stuff that the legislature can't do anyway, and the other one is appropriate funds, which is in our Constitution specifically limited to the legislature. So really, the only issue is abortion that is on there. And like I said, look at this body, look at the body across the hall, look at your state leaders. Everybody there has run on a pro-life measure agenda and platform. And I think it's safe to say that the state of Mississippi is pro-life and would abide by that policy.
But gentlemen, again, you wouldn't know that because we won't allow the people to vote on it.
They'll go to the ballot box in November.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen that helped us on the donations for Blackburn, and in the south gallery up here, Representative O'Brien, we got three students, chaperones for Blackburn who take these kids out, and that's Miss Donna Cotton, Miss Washington, Miss Holbert, but we want to give you $552 for your students. So thank you, House of Representatives, for your love for these students. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And they want you to come to the Senate. They got a little bit for you too. Thank you.
Gentleman from Octavia Hall, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we're real blessed today to have the 2022 State Games Athletes of the Year. The male athlete of the year is Leroy Carpenter from DeKalb. The female athlete of the year is Sarah Lee Anglin of Madison. And then we have the youth athlete of the year, Kaylee Harrison of Meridian. So they're up here in the North Gallery. Welcome them. We also have 2021's Athletes of the Year, Terry Turner, from Madison, and Cooper Connor from Wiggins. We actually passed resolutions for these folks over the last year and just wanted to congratulate them.
I'm going to recognize a lady from DeSoto, Miss McRae.
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
As a sponsor of an initiative, do you know how many initiatives it was that we had? The number of initiatives we had?
Are you asking at the time the process was overthrown or all together?
All together.
Let me see. How many all? Okay, legal told me about 80. At the time it was overthrown, there was 3 that were pending.
Do you know how many initiatives that was successful?
Not off the top of my head. I can ask. 3?
3. Okay. Out of 80, only 3 initiatives was successful. That lets you know that the initiative process wasn't easy anyway. And now we're, as legislators, are making it harder for a citizen. I was a legislator, so I kind of had some idea how to get started. A normal citizen would not know how to attack this ballotive initiative process. And you're making it harder now. You're making them get more signatures. You're going through presidential election. Before it was government election. I saw the first bill that was drawn up. You said 20% of the governor's election. But now you dropped it down to 12%, but it's the president election. You know we have more votes in the presidential election than the governor's election. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking, why are we making things harder for our normal citizen? It is harder. You can say it's not, but it is.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
it was
no, no, I
hard
don't-
for me as a sponsor to try to get all these signatures to put something valid on the ballot.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that the burden is greater than it was before. And I will commit to you that, like I said, I believe this is going to go to conference. I have no problem with the threshold myself, with it being lower, but right now this is a number that we're kind of stuck at. And I would rather the people have a voice than not have one.
Thank you.
I'll recognize the gentleman from Madison, Mr. Bumgar, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, super simple. All this does is it adjusts the signature gathering threshold back to the way it's been for 30 years. In the bill, the way it stands right now, which was the Senate's preference, it's more than double that. At the current level, it is unachievable. There is no possible way to collect that many signatures the way it is in the bill right now. This just restores it to the exact way it's been for the last 30 years, which is 12% of the former aggregate votes for governor in the previous gubernatorial election. So that is a very high bar. Out of 80 filed initiatives, only 3 have actually made it into the Constitution or law. So it's a very high bar already, much better than the alternative, which is in the bill right now, which is an unachievably high bar, an impossibly high bar. So that's all it does, makes that one tiny tweak. I'd ask for your support. Going through the process, I did approach the chairman last week. The chairman of the Constitution Committee told me this week that they were not opposed to that amendment. So I followed the process. That's the amendment. Happy to answer any questions.
Recognize the presenter to respond.
Like I just said, I don't have a problem, but I'll leave this to the will of the House.
Okay. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. I think the ayes have it. All right, amendment is adopted. Any further questions on where we are? Gentleman from Holmes, you have a question? All right. I tell you what, we're going to let the gentleman from Adams offer his amendment first. I think some of these amendments will clear up a lot of these questions that seem to be being expressed. Gentleman from Adams, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I explain my amendment? It's a
Yes.
substitute amendment to the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, so the gentleman from Madison has already passed part of what this amendment does, and it goes back to 12% of the gubernatorial election, which is something that's important. So it reduces the number of signatures from what the Senate asked for from 250 to 105 or 110 on average. But I want to point out there are a number of ways. Well, first of all, let me preface it by saying that our effort to do a ballot initiative, the gentleman from Northeast Mississippi kept saying, well, we're just giving them something better than what they have now, alluding to the fact that there is not one now. But actually there still is. Under Section 273 of the Constitution, there still is a constitutional ballot initiative. But you can only change that to comply with the Supreme Court ruling by having a constitutional amendment, which you'd have to do by direct initiative, and you'd have to do that to change it to 4. So it's still on the book. The Constitution has not changed. What my amendment does is track the Constitution. It simply tracks Section 273 of the Constitution. And why is that important? So the gentleman from Madison got the number right because we went back. But what this bill also does, one of the things that's really kind of egregious, I think, and misleading, is that if you get an initiative on the ballot, it's still difficult to do. If you get it on the ballot and you pass it, We can come back here right after it passes, and the supermajority in this legislature could come and overturn what the direct democratic initiative that the people wanted, it does. That's what it would do. So that's not anywhere in the Constitution. We can't do that now. There's no point in having a ballot initiative if all you do is pass something and the legislature comes back and say, we don't like it. That's not what a ballot initiative is for. A ballot initiative is a way for people to have what we call direct democracy. When they're not satisfied with the job we're doing, they can do something by getting signatures, get it on the ballot, go out there, pass a law, and that law cannot be touched under the Constitution for at least 2 years. Unless, and then the way the Constitution works, they can only change it. We can only change it if we find that it's punitive, it breaks a law, or it does something that harms the public good. That's the only way you can change it. So we can't do that. But that this bill allows the legislature to just come and overturn what the majority of the people in the state of Mississippi have done. Now the chairman was up here talking about we're a legislative body and that these people elected us to come and do a job. Well, if that's all that we are here to do, then we don't need a ballot initiative. If all you're going to do is give people a carrot and say, go out there and see if you do it, and if you can get it passed, I don't like it, I'm going to overturn it. That's not the way a ballot initiative works, and that's not the way the public wants us to operate. That's not what they asked for. They asked us to give back to them what they already had. They didn't ask us to adulterate it. They didn't ask us to change it. They didn't ask us to make it harder. They said, just give us what we had and comply simply with what the Supreme Court asked us to do. Now, if you want to go home and tell your folks, we gave it to you, but we made it almost impossible for you to pass it, and if you pass it, we can take it away from you. If you want to do that, go ahead, because I tell you what, it'll be a mission of mine to make sure that the public knows that if I didn't vote for something, I didn't vote for it because I'm not giving you what you asked for. So don't let anybody tell you this is something that'll be good for you, because it's not. So we got the presidential number and the gubernatorial number fixed. The other thing it does is it limits it essentially limits what you can do. So they have everyday citizens have to figure out a way to come to elbow and get all kinds of numbers and tell you everything you need to do about how the bill will affect the budget, how it will do all of this. Look, that's our job. That is our job. That's something we want to do. And clearly we need the public to have some say on it, because we just passed a bill to spend money. We don't even know what we're spending it on. So I would suggest to you that our forefathers, when they did Section 273, well, your forefathers, when they did Section 273 of the Constitution, that what they really wanted to do was give people a voice. What they wanted to give people a voice, and so all my amendment does, literally, is track what we've been operating under for the last almost 100 years, and specifically for the last 20 to 25 years. That's all it does. What you have in front of you is a bill that doesn't give your people a voice.
Chairman's time has expired on his amendment. I recognize the chairman to respond.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is still going to conference, so we'll try to get some things worked out. But for right now, I ask that you oppose this amendment.
Recognize the author to close.
Well, if it's going to conference, what I suggest to you, pass a bill. Let's pass a bill, pass my amendment, and let's send to conference, but it's already in the Constitution right now. Let's just do that. And if you want to come back with some changes, as the chairman said, to make it harder, he thinks it ought to be harder to get a ballot initiative. I don't want to go home and tell people I made it harder for you to have a ballot initiative. I don't want to go home and do that, and you don't either. So let the House be on record as saying, look, we didn't mess with the process. We didn't try to trick you. We didn't treat you like a child and tell you that we don't like what you pass. We don't like what you do out there, and we want to make sure that we can tell you when to come and when to go, what is okay and what's not. That's not what direct democracy is. And so let the House be on record as being pure about what the Constitution says and what direct democracy is. And if you're going to send it to conference in the way that the people that voted for us said they wanted to have it. And what they want is the initiative process as it stands right now. And that's all I do. Let me say this. One other thing, the only other thing it does not allow for constitutional amendments. You cannot do, because we're statutory. You still have a constitutional initiative process. And what Chairman of Ways and Means, one thing I did agree with him when we were debating the marijuana bill, we shouldn't have marijuana in the Constitution. And so what we can do is statutorily do whatever we want to do and put it on the ballot. We can do it statutorily. You can't amend the Constitution with this bill. So I'm consistent on that. But if the people want to speak through their direct democratic voice, let's do that without constraint. Let's do that, and let's send the chairman to conference with the House bill showing that we are fully and 100% in favor of direct democracy. Thank you.
All right. Question recurs on substitute amendment to Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 48 yeas, 69 nays, amendment fails. We got anything further? I don't see any other amendments. Okay. Yes, sir. What do you have for us? Oh, you want to speak? All those in favor? Gentleman's got it right. Gentleman's got it right.
I'm going to take that right. I was one of those people in 1992 that voted for the initiative. And let me tell you why it was so difficult to do, because we had to vote not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times to pass it through the House of Representatives. But we did, and the people voted for it. And let me tell you, this is the second time the voters of the state of Mississippi, the Constitution of 1890 was never voted on. It was promulgated by the convention. The voters of the state of Mississippi adopted a constitutional amendment in the early part of the last century to guarantee the initiative. It was struck down by the Supreme Court on a technicality. Number 1, strike 1. Number 2, the voters of the state of Mississippi of all kinds, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, voted for the initiative process in 1992. It was approved in every quadrant of the state of Mississippi. So the people have twice voted for the initiative. We're the only state in the nation where it's been struck down twice. We don't need a third strike. This is not perfect, but it keeps the initiative idea alive for the people of the state to have the right to initiate legislation. It is a safety valve and a right for the people. The most fundamental right you can have is the right to vote, to participate, and to have input, and this gives the people that right. So let's join the rest of America on this issue and not be strike 3. That we've got 2 strikes, but we don't want to be strike 3. Thank you.
All right, Jim from Holmes, what you got?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
My understanding, this resolution is amending the state constitution, correct?
Correct. It's a 2/3 vote.
2/3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, do we got anything else? I don't see anybody. All right. Favor strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. House isn't voting. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Well, we're fixing to vote on it. I mean, what? Y'all want to vote on it right now? Insufficient number. Insufficient number. All right, the question recurs on Senate Concurrent Resolutions 533. If you open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
I don't know.
Everyone voted.
Are you?
Everyone voted. Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 78 yeas and 5 nays, the resolution is adopted. We are going now back to the Ways and Means calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we go to item 1, Senate Bill 2603, call that bill up and make the usual motion. Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to the Ways and Means calendar. Recognize the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'll ask that we go to item 1, Senate Bill 2603, call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls, well, it's been read the third time, gentlemen. You recognize.
Thank you. We do have a strike all. I would ask that we,
You recognize, present the strike off.
okay. I'm also going to ask that we recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle it.
Gentleman from Jackson is recognized.
Here's your amendment. Okay. That's a strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the strike all.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to the committee strike all will put a 2-year repealer and a reverse repealer in the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further?
I'll explain the strike law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Digital Mining Act. Before I explain the bill to you, let me go ahead and, if I may, give you the big picture of the industry, and that may alleviate some of your concerns and answer some of your questions in advance. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, with that being said, the digital mining industry in Mississippi consists of 7 locations. 7 locations in the state of Mississippi. The largest mining business that we have is located in Tishomingo County. That facility is getting ready to undergo a $20 million expansion. A $20 million expansion with an average salary of $65,000. There's been some concern that that some of these businesses have located in situations that are really not conducive to that type of business. I can also tell you, pursuant to some research that I have done, the mining business located in Vicksburg has taken up an abandoned warehouse. They are now paying taxes, they are now paying property taxes, and they are now paying ad valorem taxes for that local school district in Warren County. So with that being said, what does the bill do? The bill does basically 3 things. Number 1, it will allow these digital mining businesses to conduct business and be located in locations that are zoned industrial. Number 1. Number 2, it prevents local governmental entities, whether that be a city or a county, to change the zoning that is targeted specifically to discriminate and close these businesses down. And number 3, and the last accomplishment that it does, is that it makes people who are doing this type of mining on a personal level at their house, on their personal computer, they must abide by, ladies and gentlemen, they must obey the local city ordinance that is related to noise pollution or noise levels. That explains the bill, and I will be happy to take any questions if you have any.
The lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Always, lady.
Thank you. So you're aware that other states have said that they don't want this. And one of the reasons they're coming to Mississippi is low energy cost, and we're really not paying attention.
Lady, to answer your question, I am not aware of other states that are preventing this. I am aware of 7 or 8 other states.
Excuse me. And members indicating they cannot hear, please hold the noise down. Thank you. You may continue, sir.
Lady, I am aware of 7 or 8 other states that do allow this, but I would agree with your assertion that one of the reasons they want to locate in Mississippi is due to low energy costs.
So, but you're aware that they use a lot of energy also.
They use a lot of energy.
They use a lot of energy. Also, are you aware, and not all of them, I realize that, but you're aware that most of the ones that have moved to Mississippi are a foreign entity, and I've looked this up and sent it to everyone's email, a Chinese company?
Lady, I would disagree with you. With all due respect, the personal research that I have done in the last 24 hours would indicate otherwise. I would agree with you that there is one located in Mississippi where the main investor had an Asian name. I cannot prove one way or the other, lady, whether or not that person is connected in any way, in any way to China.
And you're talking about the CEO named Dong Chen?
Well, I can't recall his specific name, but I don't know if he is the CEO presently, but he does have a monetary.
He
That's
does
what it
have-
says.
Lady-
At the Secretary of State's website, that's what
Lady,
it
you're
says.
right. He does have a monetary interest in that
So-
location.
And you understand there's one in Meridian, and everybody in the nation is concerned about China moving anything in around a military base, and we have a military base in Meridian?
We do have a military base in Meridian. Yes, lady.
Thank you.
Sure.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
So during your explanation of this bill, I didn't really hear anything that you were saying. It's kind of jumbled, but just from my brief research on this digital mining, these companies are more so Bitcoin operators.
They're not Bitcoin operated, gentlemen. The most popular digital asset in this country is Bitcoin.
So what are these people mining for?
Digital assets, including but not limited to Bitcoin. That is the most popular
Can you
digital.
give me another example of what they are mining for and why they want to come to Mississippi? I get they paying taxes on buildings and things of that nature, but I'm just curious as to what their function in life is.
Is to mine and create digital assets, which it's a very complicated process, gentlemen, as you know, but to the best of my ability, it's what they're trying to do is buy locations on the blockchain. And the most popular digital asset that we have, which you have heard about and which everyone else has heard about, is Bitcoin. That's just a specific type of digital asset. But what they do is they go out and it uses up a lot of energy. And like I told the lady before, one of the reasons they do want to come to Mississippi is, comparatively speaking, the energy cost is lower than in other states.
So there's no other example of monetary, tangible things that you can touch other than Bitcoin that these people, give me
Bitcoin is the most popular. There's other names. Maybe you know those names. I don't off the top of my head. I can tell you, gentlemen, the most popular one is Bitcoin.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. A lot of passion for this bill, isn't there? If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, strike all passes. Very weak support. All right, any other questions on this bill? All right, I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2603. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 49 yeas, 55 nays, the bill fails. All right, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, we would go to item 2. We'll take up a bill now that maybe a few more people understand. We're going to do something for the veterans. 2187, I'd ask that, the bill's already been read the third time, so I'd ask that we adopt the strike all.
You recognize.
I'm next going to ask that we recognize the gentleman from Tishomingo.
Gentleman, Tishomingo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is our Senate bill version of our 70% disabled tag bill, which we passed unanimously. What I'm going to do on my amendment is to offer a reverse repealer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Move final
Gentleman's
passage.
recognized. Amendment passes.
Yeah, move final passage, Mr. Speaker, if no questions.
Questions? Gentleman Monroe, Mr. Brown, you got a question? All right, I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2187. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got some beautiful young ladies in the North Gallery. If y'all would please stand. Ladies and gentlemen of the House. These young ladies bring beauty, culture, and talent to the Capitol today. They're from Ballet, Mississippi. Please make them welcome.
Next item.
Item 3, Senate Bill 2306. We would call that bill up and ask that we recognize the strike-all.
Okay, you're recognized.
The gentleman from Rankin is going to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table the strike-all.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm going to table the strike-all.
Motion is to table the strike-all. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see any.
All right, we'll take
Favor the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Strike-all is tabled. What else you got?
All right, I'm going to explain the original bill. This is SB 2306. Currently, we have a capital region levy board that protects the Jackson area. It also protects parts of Rankin County. Currently, each city that touches it and county that touches it gets a representative. Currently, we have Flowood, Pearl, and Richland in Rankin County, and also an appointment from the supervisors. And then in Jackson, we have 2 representatives, one from the city, one from the county. What this will do is if this levy board adds more acreage or land in Hinds County, we will give the ability for them to add the Hinds County emergency manager and the Jackson, City of Jackson emergency manager. That's all it does. So, take any questions.
You're recognized.
Yield for questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. You have an amendment to the strike-all. Lady from Lincoln is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have come to the chairman to tell him that I have an amendment. And I don't know if any of you guys remember us. I think it was 2016, but I'm not 100% sure. We made this board. And we also gave them the ability to tax people, which I guess I was asleep at the wheel when we did that. And I'm all about helping Jackson with their flood. But what this committee is actually for is for the One Lake project. It is to build a reservoir number 2. It's to build a dam at the Pearl River, which a dam to me is going to make a whole lot more flooding happen in Jackson and maybe no water going down the Pearl. So I just want us to, I think we may have been asleep at the wheel when we did this. I just want us to be sure we all have our eyes open going in. Yes, we have the city, the mayor of Jackson on this board, but he is well outnumbered. And I'm just afraid that we're going to cause a bigger mess than we have now. The Corps of Engineers has not approved this project. Let's wait and see if they approve it before we get deeper in this mess. We cause more flooding in Jackson. We tax poor people more money that are getting flooded, and we continue down this road of creating a gated community for some wealthy people, which I like wealthy people. I'm proud you're able to make more money than the rest of us, But I just don't believe that this is the way that we want to go. And I would appreciate you supporting this amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Oh, that would be nice if I told you. The proposed One Lake Flood Project, as provided under the Water Resource Department Development Act, would create 1,500 lake on the Pearl River near downtown in the city of Jackson. And what it's saying is that they're not able to do this.
All right, recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill does not authorize the One Lake project. It doesn't have any money about the One Lake project. It has no difference what the Corps does. All we're doing is saying if any land is added in Hinds County, which would be Jackson, that the people who pay the millage will get a representation. That's all this bill does. It does not endorse the One Lake project at all.
You here for a question, sir?
Sure.
Gentleman Hines, Mr. Bell.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Okay.
That this violates and attempts to change the original purpose of the bill under Rule 35.
Okay, bring that forward. We'll set the bill aside. Let the legal counsel consider the point of order. We'll go down to item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would ask that we call that bill up. It has already been read the third time. Hold on one second. I had to get my procedure right, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. I'd like to call up a strike all and table it.
You recognize present strike all.
I would move to table the strike all.
You want to move to table? Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Strike all is tabled.
I next have an amendment.
Back on the bill. Got an amendment? You recognized.
So this body will remember that earlier in the session, we had a bill that came out, actually maybe a couple different times, dealing with the very complicated issue of the sales tax structure on software and software services. We had the business interests that were asking for clarifications in the law. We had DOR who was giving and providing their input, and they have continued to work at my and others' request, at the Senate's request, to come to a compromised language in this, again, very complicated area of the law. And this amendment represents the compromise that has been reached by the business community as well as DOR. It's highly technical, but I'm just going to hit the high points. This amendment in Section 1 defines tangible personal property and states that it shall include computer software, but shall not include electronically stored or maintained data. Again, that's consistent with how historical tax policy in the state. It also, in Section 2, inserts language clarifying that taxable retail sales of tangible personal property include those that are physically or electronically delivered or located within the state. And it also codifies the department's current regulation, that computer software maintained on a server located outside of the state and accessible for use only via the internet is not to be considered taxable retail sale. Section 3 is some cleanup where it removes duplicative provisions that are in existing law. Section 4 revises the existing authority to allow a taxpayer to utilize any reasonable formula of apportionment. That's dealing with how taxpayers apportion taxes, and that's really related to software that may be purchased and then used across multiple state lines and locations. And I see some of you starting to fall asleep, so I'm going to try to hurry. Section 5 deals with a direct pay permit and allows certain users to apply for a direct pay permit where they don't have to pay the sales tax to the vendor when they purchase the software. They can actually file a return and pay that directly to DOR if they follow that process. Section 6 just codifies or conforms current code to define computer software. Section 7 deals with computer, again, same thing except relating to computer software maintained on a server outside the state. Section 8 adopts formal definitions of computer software services, and information and data processing services, which are all terms of trade in this area of the law and the actual market for this types of software. Section 9 deals with statutory changes that states that the statutory changes shall be prospective only and do not apply to any previous issues, previous taxes owed, or previous claims for refund. Again, would go into effect on July 1. That is an explanation of the agreement that has been reached and this amendment. I'll take any questions if anybody's
Questions
still
on
awake.
strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2449. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 21 nays, the bill passes. All right, Ways and Means yields the floor for the moment, pending the outcome of the point of order that was raised. Ladies and gentlemen, on going back to item 4, SCR 533, I assumed that after the gentleman from Tallahatchie spoke, there was no one else wishing to speak on that bill. I'm informed that there were others who now wished to speak on final passage. So in order for that to happen, we will have to reconsider the vote whereby that bill passed, to allow those individuals to say what they have to say and then re-vote. So I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Alcorn for the motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote by which SC 533 passed.
All right, if you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill is back before, the resolution is back before the House. Is there anyone wishing to speak on final passage? Okay, lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the initiative 533 that has come before us today is a little bit troubling to me. I guess from one of the lady from DeSoto County, who outlined all that people had learned to do to make the initiative process work. And then we decided to take that away from them. Now, the Supreme Court, whether you agree with them or not, in their conclusion, they wrote that Mississippi's 5 congressional districts as they existed when Section 273 was ratified in 92 would require that we agree with 2 ideas that can't be sustained. You know, that we would agree that you'd have 5 congressional districts, which we know we only had 4. And if you believe that, then they said you would believe that you could have an initiative process under the 5 when we know we had lost population, so therefore we only had 4. Then in this conclusion, The second point that the Supreme Court made was that then we would have to be able to conclude that Mississippi would have 2 districts for 2 different reasons. The first reason would be to elect 4 people to the Congress, and then you'd have to do other things, whatever else you wanted to do with those 4 congressional districts. The Supreme Court said that whether with intent, by oversight, or for some other reason, the drafters of Section 273(3) wrote a ballot initiative process that cannot work in a world where Mississippi has fewer than 5 representatives in Congress. The Supreme Court said, to work in today's reality, it will need only one thing. That's all the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said it would need only one thing, and that would be amending. And they said that that was something that lies beyond their power as the Supreme Court. That's something that, we would have to do. And so the committee decided to bring us a concurrent resolution that did many different things. But the one thing that it really didn't do, that the Supreme Court directed it to do, because the Supreme Court only directed it to do one thing, and that was just to go from 5 congressional districts to 4. Now, another thing that for those of us who believe in liberty, I believe somebody said, this SCR on line 139, I want you to listen to this. It says that the legislature shall provide by law the manner in which the citizens can gather their initiatives. Can you believe that? We're gonna tell people, that's just like telling cheerleaders you got to buy your signs from Signs First. That cheerleaders, you can't take and make your signs, your original signs, and have them some blue and some pink and some green. No, they got to be circulated, presented, and certified in a certain way. That's what you're telling the citizens of the state of Mississippi, who finally, after 30 years, and only had done 3 initiatives, but after that time, they learned how to navigate this process. And in this SCR, you're telling them, oh no, we're not going to let you do it. You're not going to be able to do that. We're not going to let you. Then we tell them, gentlemen from Madison, and this is something we really ought to be ashamed of, given our history. We say, if you come from out of state, gentlemen from Madison, now you know what that means. If you come from out of state, you can't help the people gather an initiative. Now, y'all remember when people came down here to Mississippi from out of state, talking about change? That's what initiative ballots do. It's talking about change, right? And what did we do? How did we react to that? We have a bad reputation, and that's why we ought not to be doing this kind of stuff, because it makes it even worse. When we're all over the national news with this kind of, with this kind of craziness. Now, the gentleman that was handling the bill, from North Mississippi. Corinth, thank you, sir. I'm 66. I can't remember everything. The gentleman said that it was some things in this bill that we're not going to allow our citizens to be able to react to. And he or somebody questioned him, I think it was Jim from Pike, asked him something about abortion. And he said, oh, well, the majority of Mississippi, they're against abortion. Well, gentlemen, in 2011, people spoke through, do you remember personhood amendment, constitutional amendment? Where 58% of Mississippians said in 2011 that they rejected the personhood amendment by 58%, gentlemen. Now we were going through a whole lot in 2011. This is when we were really conservative here in the state of Mississippi. But 58% of the citizens said no to personhood. Now, I'm going to take you a little bit home now, because y'all like to use this term conservative, but I'm going to tell you who's conservative. It's black people who are conservative on this issue. You don't go in the black church talking about abortion. So where does 58% come from? Gentleman from Washington, that voted to say no to personhood. Well, I'm trying to figure out where did they come from. And I just wanted to bring that to the House's attention, that this bad publicity where we're bringing up all of this bad stuff. I'll give you another instance. There is a provision in this bill that would stop us from entertaining voting rights. Yeah. That's in this SR that you just passed. If you go and read it, it tells you that you won't be able to repeal or change anything in here that we statutorily say that you can't do. Is that not correct, you lawyers? And then it goes on to say, and I think this is one of the main reasons why this thing is before us, is that if you come with a proposal that will address the finances, the appropriations of this state, and we all know what was coming next, and that was Medicaid expansion. Now we all know that. 70% of Republicans in this state, according to that poll, said that they wanted to see Medicaid expanded. And in every red state in this country, you know how Medicaid got expanded? Through the initiative process. So y'all, I'm tired of folks talking about us so badly. But I guess the truth is just the truth. That we are going to pass an initiative that says, folk talk about liberty, but we still at war with women. You passed postpartum yesterday, but you know what you did? You told women in this state, once you get past that 12 months, then you don't have any health care. You can't get a well check because you don't have any insurance. You can't get a pap smear because you don't have any insurance. You can't get a mammogram. You know why? Because you don't have any insurance. And the gentleman from somewhere up there in North Mississippi said that Medicaid insurance was not good insurance. Well, I would say this to you, gentlemen. Something is better than nothing.
Ladies' time has expired. Gentleman from Adams.
Kind of like this bad initiative that you just passed.
Wish to speak, gentlemen?
You ain't gonna do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us a little more time. And ladies and gentlemen, just briefly, I just want to make sure a couple of things I didn't talk about this initiative that you should be aware of. Other than the signature requirement, it also it gives the legislature the power to amend and change anything that the people want to do. And I talked about that. And what's important about that is that I don't think the public is used to being difficult to pass a referendum, but every referendum, the few that have passed have been solidly affirmed, and we haven't touched them. We have done our job, they've done their job, and we've allowed that to happen. I just don't think anybody in here wants to have a process where some zealots here in the legislature comes back and forces people onto a vote to change something that the people through direct democracy, decided that they want. And so I just want to make sure you're aware of that, because some of it wasn't clear in the gentleman's explanation. And so it also says that under this current bill, he said it, but I don't think it's correct. But the way I read it, you can only have 2 to 3, I think it's 2 things on the ballot. Under the current law, you can have at least 5. And so if people want to do the work, generate the funds, do whatever they have to do to make sure that their voices are heard, because sometimes we don't hear them, then we should not restrict that process. My point in being here is to make sure that you understand what you're voting for, that you're not voting for an initiative process that the public wants. You're voting for an initiative process that a handful of House and Senate leaders want, and mostly Senate leaders. There was a comment made by a senator that says that he doesn't like the process, the man handling the bill, because he thinks it's dangerous. And my point is, dangerous for who? If the public has the intelligence to vote for you, but if they want to make a different vote on their issues, then we should give them the freedom to do that. We shouldn't restrict that freedom. We should allow that to happen. But you know, I just think before you go back home voting for something that may get passed, hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we have a pure bill that just tracks the Constitution. That before you do that, you need to understand that this bill doesn't do that, and it doesn't give you a real initiative process. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If the gentleman will yield.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, the gentleman from Washington.
Yes, sir, I'm getting old now. I voted present last time.
Yeah.
Should I vote present again?
Yeah, yes, you should vote president again.
All right, thank you.
You should vote president again.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, come on, kill.
There you go. I hadn't seen that trick in a long time. Don't let him fool y'all, ladies and gentlemen. He knows what he's doing. Anyone else wish to speak? Jim from Holmes, my classmate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm gonna be brief. But I too wanted to come down and I wanted us to take a real good look at this resolution that we're about to take up. First of all, we're about to amend the Constitution. And what does that mean? It means that it's going to require 2/3 vote. But also, if you look at the very last paragraph, it says, on next to the last page, that this will be put on the ballot the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November 2003. And this being an election year, we all know what day that is. That's the day of the general election. This initiative is going to be an election year issue. It's going to be talked about at your county fairs. It's going to be talked about at your Rotary clubs. It's going to be talked about from now until that first Tuesday of November of 2023. So I think it's imperative that we make sure we got a good piece of legislation. So first of all, one thing, and I read this thing last night, and the only reason I came is because I read it 3 times last night. It didn't make any sense to me. I got up this morning and read it again. But what confuses me is over on line 34. It says this initiative process shall not be used. And it lists about 5 things in which this initiative process can't be used in. We've already talked about most of them. You can't use it for abortion. You can't use it to amend the Constitution. But E is what confuses me. It says to propose any new law or amend or repeal any existing law that appropriate funds from the state treasury. So that basically means you can't use any initiative process that you bring out that requires money to be spent. You can't put it on the ballot. You don't have to be a learned attorney to understand that one sentence. So what does that mean?
That means back in about 10 years ago, the initiative process passed vote ID. That was one that passed, vote ID. And if you read that initiative, it says that it will require all voters to have a vote ID, but it went on to say if they could not afford one, the state of Mississippi would provide one. And the ones of us who was here, what did we do that following year? We came in and put the enacted legislation in, and we appropriated several $1 million to pay for these IDs. Under this particular sentence, that voter ID initiative would have been improper. It wouldn't have been improper because it would have spent money from the state treasury to pay for these free voter IDs. Look beside the left shoulder, my classmate, the speaker's left shoulder. What do you see? Mississippi flag. Beautiful flag. One of the proudest days I've had in this legislature is when this body and our counterparts on the other side passed. But after it, what happened? We had citizens in this state who started the initiative process to change that flag. I'm not in agreement with it, and I'm naive enough to believe that if it's voted by the people, they'll keep that flag we got. But I believe they had a right to do that. But that flag that's beside our speaker is not free. That flag on top of this, that flies on both sides of this Capitol, came out of somebody's treasure to pay for it. It don't say a nominal amount. It says any funds, any funds. So my reading of that particular sentence basically saying that the people who are going to be out trying to collect ballots, collect signatures under that particular cause, they're going to be forbidden from even putting the flag on the initiative. And ladies and gentlemen, there's so many other things in this. If you read over, we make a point of orders in here that says you can't amend a bill by reference, that you have to put it at length. That's the reason our bills are so long. We're amending the Constitution to say not only bills, but initiatives. Can you imagine how long a bill will be if you got to put a bill on a ballot? You could possibly have an initiative that's 100, 200, even 1,000 pages. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a pause. And we all want an initiative process. I do. But this one has so many problems. It is not well thought out. And again, we're going to have to defend this vote from today to the first Tuesday in November. And we want to be able to definitively be on that campaign trail and tell our people that they got a real initiative process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak, except the chairman. Moves final passage. All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on SCR 533. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 9 nays, 56 required, the bill passes, resolution passes. All right, we'll go now to the, I guess we'll go back to the general calendar. I don't see council. I guess they're still considering the point of order that was raised. So we will go to the, I guess late on the table calendar is next. We're going to pass that. Back to the general calendar. We'd worked our way down to item 5, I believe.
All right.
Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 5, Senate Bill number 2099. I'd call it up.
It has been read the third time. You're recognized.
All right. I have a strike all.
You're recognized.
All right. The strike all basically put in, if y'all will remember earlier in the, this is a bill that came over from the Senate. These next 3 bills I want you to pay attention to. This still are the Lieutenant Governor's crime agenda bill, so to speak. He put where he's advocating for some mandatory minimums. The first one has to do with taking a motor vehicle It makes it a felony regardless of the price of the vehicle. Makes it on a first offense, makes it 3 to 20 years. On a second offense, makes it 6 to 30. I changed that when it came over. It was 5 to 20, and it was 10, I think, to 45 when it came over here. Now, they are mandatory minimums, but here's what I want you to pay attention to. It does have a reverse repealer, number one. Number two is I put in, or the committee put in, a safety valve language. Now, those of you who are lawyers know what a safety valve is. We do that a lot in federal court. We also have a safety valve statute in drug trafficking. Basically allows us to, as lawyers, as prosecutors, as judges, that if certain factors are present, the judge can depart from the mandatory minimum. This happens quite a bit. It also, I have some heartburn over mandatory minimums. I don't believe they necessarily work. You have conservative groups out there, American Conservative Union, Right on Crime, ALEC and others who have mountains and mountains of data about mandatory minimums. And all of them requested that if we do that, that we at least have some type of safety valve in the bill. And that's what we did. If the safety valve is instituted, then the judge can depart, and even potentially a mandatory minimum wouldn't apply. They could not go to jail. But again, that's up for the lawyers and for the judges to do their jobs. Also, the bill includes what I said a reverse repealer. It includes language in here for what I have always talked about, a trial tax. This has been talked about and bantered about around in this chamber and other one for quite some time. And what it says is if someone goes and pleads guilty, and they plead guilty, they can't appeal that sentence. But let's say somebody has a potential that they are going to, their plea offer is 5 years, and then they go to trial and they end up getting convicted by a jury, and they get 25 years, whatever the case may be. They can appeal that sentence alone based on disparate treatment between, because the facts arguably don't change between the time there. So that is another part of the bill. So three things really: you're raising fines and jail time on first and second offenders. You have a safety valve, and then you have what I call the trial tax provision, and that's an explanation of the strike-off.
Questions? Jim from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Good Lord, man. You got any more bad bills you bringing out today?
Look, do what I can.
So, currently, this bill takes any motor vehicle that is stolen and makes it a felony, and you got a mandatory minimum, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, would you agree with me that $500 is less than $50,000?
Yes, sir. That's why I got a reverse repealer in this, and I hope, and it's my prayer, that when we do take this to conference, that we fix some of that stuff. I understand what the lieutenant governor and those in the Senate are wanting to do. I think they're being a little bit reactionary in some of this. And with that said, I made, talking to him and talking to that side, I said we would move this along and work through it. But as you know, it's
so you do agree with me that a person that steals a $500,000 car that's just sitting out in somebody's yard, as opposed to somebody stealing a car that's worth $50,000, should be serving the same time.
And we have a mandatory minimum on this, and yet we do not have one on armed robbery. So it needs some work.
This is not retroactive, is it?
No.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen from Alcorn, if you yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
I know you said the value of the vehicle is regardless.
That's regardless. I think now it's a scale of where the value of the vehicle is.
I think it is too. But just to be sure, I know you're going to conference, whichever. But if I have a business and I have an abandoned car or car that's just sitting there on my lot that someone's left there for a day or two, and I have that car towed, I'm not going to be charged, the tow truck service is going to be charged with theft of a vehicle, are they? do have exceptions for that type of
I think you have to look
situation.
at the intent there.
I don't feel like reading the bill. I'm just asking you.
No, I understand that, but I think it depends, but I think you have to
Okay.
look at the intent of what was your intent of towing
Okay.
it.
While you were explaining it, it just flashed in my mind, so
I
thank you for
understand.
the answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
You may have indicated this or you may have stated it, but who is proposing this legislation?
It is the lieutenant governor.
The lieutenant governor. And do you know why he's proposing this legislation?
You know, he had a big press conference on it, and candidly, I didn't listen to it, but he had a big press conference on it. I'm assuming, I am aware that that his vehicle was stolen at some point.
Okay. Now, you've been practicing law for quite a few years, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir, for a few.
How many years?
About 15.
And I understand you do criminal defense work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would you represent to the House of Representatives this time that this legislation is critically needed to be passed this session?
I would represent to you that this is an issue in some parts of the state and some others it may not be. And so with that mindset, I think, and I've talked to those over there and I've agreed with them that we will talk about this going forward.
Okay. Now, you're saying that not even the prosecutors are recommending this legislation?
They have not said anything to me about, this was not on their agenda, I'll say that.
Okay. And would you repeat at this time what the current sentence is for motor vehicle theft?
It depends on the value of the vehicle.
Okay. But the prosecutors have not come to this body, to this legislation, sir, and said that these sentences should be increased.
They have not come to me.
Okay. Was there a House bill on this subject matter?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Jim from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, if I may, sir, gentleman from Forest, there may have been a House bill, but I didn't bring one up, but yes, sir.
All right, sir. So I understand you're an attorney, correct?
In the words of my predecessor, some days not a very good one.
Okay, so mandatory minimums is mostly used in federal drug crimes, correct?
Sometimes we have one for our drug trafficking, and of course you have them in every, just about every sex crime too. But yes, you have them, and right now in drug trafficking, the mandatory minimum is 10 unless a safety valve is implemented, and then it goes to 2. But there is a mandatory minimum with drug trafficking.
Yes, and a lot of that stuff comes from a lot of not just the type of drugs, but the amount of drugs, in which that affects not just our community, but our state. But when you think that we are trying to decrease our prison population and get people back to work, we're talking about keeping families whole and making sure the men are in the position to take care of their families and their children. By bringing this forward and creating mandatory minimums for a young man who may create an infraction because they are high on fentanyl pills or something, you're going to take him away from his family. Do you think this is the right thing to do at the right time?
I think it's worth a discussion, but I want you to understand the bill came over here with a mandatory minimum. Your committee, Judd B, put in here the safety valve that allow people to make an argument, that allow people to a prosecutor, a defense attorney, even a judge to do it sua sponte, to go down and depart from a mandatory minimum. So with that said, you have to trust your lawyers, you have to trust your prosecutors, and you have to trust the system. I know some people may not want to hear that, but you have to. Otherwise, what's the purpose of it? Otherwise, once they get convicted, you just throw them in and have a mandatory minimum. So with what I'm telling you is the bill needs work. I'm committed to doing that. I don't like the mandatory minimum on these type of crimes because they have been proven not to work. And I didn't bring it with me, but they've also been proven to be pretty costly. But in the effort of moving this forward with the Lieutenant Governor and the Senate, that's why we have a reverse repealer in it, and that's why we're going to move it through the process, or attempt to.
Okay, and last but definitely not least, me coming from a high crime area in our district, in my community in which I raised and still live, and we see these things and we see the effects of what it does, not just to the community, but to our churches, to our schools, and to our homes. And we think about how can we fix the problems that's plaguing our state, not just in Jackson, but in Gulfport, in Pascagoula, in Moss Point, in the high crime areas. And if we continue to take the men out of the household and out of the communities, who is really going to stop those young men from committing crimes? Because we cannot police our way out of this situation. It will take men to get us out of this situation. So please think about that when you're fighting for us to go away from the mandatory minimums. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
These are just softball questions. First one, was it the Corvette of the Lieutenant Governor that was?
I'm sorry?
Was it his Corvette that was?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Do these add-ons act as a real deterrent?
I don't know that the data supports that. The mandatory minimums add as a deterrent. I don't know that the data supports that from what I've seen.
So if the data doesn't support it, then why is this a good measure?
Well, that's why we're going to talk about it going forward.
Okay. You mentioned ALEC. ALEC is comprised of corporations from JCPenney, Walmart, bail bonding societies, associations. What corporation in ALEC is actually requesting this bill?
I hadn't said that they requested the bill. I said that ALEC, Right on Crime, the ACU, American Conservative Union, and some other groups of conservative groups like that have mounds of data, and I have them in my office regarding mandatory minimums and how ineffective they are.
Okay. This is a Senate bill.
Senate bill.
Have we not been contentious with the Senate for at least this legislative session?
In some respects, I would guess so. I don't know really how to answer that, but in some respects, but if I can always help somebody, I'll try to. But like I said, it's going to, if you pass this right now, it's not going to become law.
Well, gentlemen, since we've been contentious with the Senate, let's not break tradition on this bill.
I have no problem. We vote no, gentlemen.
From Jefferson,
You and the defense attorney, you and I both, okay? And we've been making jokes about whose car got stolen and all of that. But it's not a joking matter, is it?
Not at all. No, sir.
Okay.
And you do have a victim that's involved in that.
You have a victim, but it's not a joke to the defendant, is it?
Potentially not. I mean, they're looking at going to jail.
Okay, exactly. So when you and I stand with our client before the judge, it's not a joking matter at all, is it? All right, and most of these people in here, they're not gonna step foot in the courtroom, okay? Could you please explain to them the true definition of mandatory minimum?
I mean, they're going to go to jail for a minimum amount of time. And that could even be in some situations. I've had people, I'm sure you have too, with mandatory minimums that they did their time pre-trial.
But we're talking
in
about
detention.
We're not talking about a kilo of cocaine. We're not talking about armed robbery. We're talking about a motor vehicle theft, possession of stolen, receiving stolen property. Are these not nonviolent offenses?
They're non-violent, but they're akin to burglary in the sense that you are taking somebody.
Is it defined by us?
It is not defined. It is not defined in our statutes of violence.
So now that these great people in here understand that they may have nieces and nephews, sons and daughters that may get into trouble, they may go joyriding, get charged with motor vehicle theft. They may be on their way to Ole Miss, Alcorn, Jackson to go to school. But guess what? What fate lies before them?
That's why There's a mandatory minimum, but that's why I put the safety valve in there.
Oh, I understand that.
For you and me and us lawyers to argue that point.
And you know as well as I do that we go through jurisdictions and throughout this state, they don't want to hear nothing about a safety valve.
Sometimes, but I've been successful in arguing those, and I know you have too.
Okay, all right. And so now this bill goes to conference and now safety valve is not in there anymore.
I would have a hard time bringing that back before this body.
You promise you won't bring it back before this body?
I would have a hard time doing that because, as you know, I believe in alternative sentencing. I believe that this is not addressing the problems that currently exist in our state. So I will not bring that back before here.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to go back to some of the things that's been said so far, but I want to get some clarity. When you were talking to the gentleman from Oktibbeha, you said this bill will not, if we pass this bill will not become law.
No, it has a reverse repealer in it. It's going to conference.
It's going to conference.
Yes.
Gentlemen, the other thing, since it is a nonviolent crime, and look, I'm not condoning stealing cars, but where I do have heartburn, and it seems to me that you have some heartburn as well with the bill, is the penalty for the crime.
Yes, sir.
And you're relying on compassion from across the state of judges, lawyers, and prosecutors, correct? You're hoping.
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying all three of those can make a motion or can decide whether this fits into a safety valve fact scenario. Now, as a defense attorney, you're probably always going to argue that if you have any reasonable basis to do that. But yes, you're right. Any of those three can use that to deviate.
And I know that you, and let me just say, I know that you have professed to kind of be a reformist as it relates to criminal justice, but through this session, we've had a lot of bills that have come through that has a lot of enhanced penalties on it. And I guess my question is, how will that affect House Bill 585 that this body passed before, where we were trying to alleviate the prisons?
I think this is a scale back from 585.
It's a step back.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
what's the minimum?
2. Minimum for the first offense is 3. Minimum for the second offense is 6. And that came over with 5 and 10. So we changed it, the committee changed it from 3 to 6.
And the 3, what's the maximum now?
Maximum for the first offense is 20, and the maximum for a second or subsequent offense is 30.
So 3 to 20, first time.
Yes, and I believe that didn't change. It was 5 to 20, and then when the Senate sent it on the second or subsequent, it was 10 to 45, I believe, and now it's 6 to 30.
Well, gentlemen, I've heard the discussion about the amount of the value of the vehicles and whether or not that makes any difference. Would you agree with me that automobile theft is a traumatizing experience to the victim?
Sure, yes, sir.
Most cases, most criminal indictments end up with some type of plea bargain. That's how most of them get disposed, correct?
Yes, sir. I would concede to that.
So whether we have a mandatory minimum or not, most of these cases probably going to end up with some negotiation between the district attorney and the prosecuting attorney.
typically, and whether a safety valve applies, and that would probably be a part of that negotiation.
Gentlemen, surprisingly, I think the minimum is too low, but I'm sure you all are gonna look at that. But when I was discussing with the lady from Hines on her bill up there, I was getting a call, my phone was going off, and one of my sons called me and told me his vehicle had just been stolen, but it was stolen in the CCID district. How ironic that was.
Well, it would still be 3 years in CCID.
Yeah, so, but in any event, when this goes to conference, the goal is to do what with it?
My goal is to either do away with the mandatory minimum or to keep it at the very least where it is with the, there's two potential aspects. I guess keep it like it is with the mandatory minimums where they are with the safety valve language in there, or, take it back, keep the safety valve and not have a mandatory minimum, but raise, right now, this would be a 25% parole eligible crime, and maybe raise that parole eligibility time up instead of the mandatory minimum.
What percentage of your practice is criminal law?
Oh, I don't know, 60, 70?
Of that part of your practice, have you ever had the experience where a mandatory minimum was a factor in a plea bargain?
Recently, and sometimes in federal court, but most recent ones I can think of is on the drug trafficking cases.
Mandatory minimum is something that your client gets exposed to in a plea bargain that you suggest?
Well, if you don't, I don't know how much you do, but on the drug trafficking, the mandatory minimum is 10, and then if the safety valve applies, the judge can go down only to 2. So in that situation, I've used it.
Well, most drug cases, if there's a plea bargain, a true plea bargain, then the amount of drugs involved is usually adjusted to meet a desired result. Correct?
Yes.
For the defendant to accept a plea offer.
I would agree with you on
So
that.
it's never a factor. I'm just trying to think. I've never had it be a factor where we're trying to negotiate a plea, and the district attorney wants to extract a guilty plea. So, to be honest with you, I've never seen it in plea bargain. But you've seen it though.
Just on the drug trafficking cases, and then of course sometimes I guess you can get it even though they're not a mandatory minimum. There's sometimes some stuff in some sex cases, but drug trafficking pretty much is where I get it most. But the statute requires a mandatory minimum of 2 years.
Yeah. Well, it's nice window dressing. Only if you go to trial and you get convicted does it ever become a real factor. That's probably pretty much it.
I agree with you.
All right.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, many of us have had cars stolen down here. I had one about 25 years ago. But let me ask you this, and that, has no bearing in this, but not 1 cent. Let me ask you this. Now, the legislature passed, I believe, a bill that required for repeated car thefts that allowed up to double penalties. Are you familiar with that?
I think this is a complete clawback from that, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, gentlemen, when you go into conference, would you look at the fact that, first time is, of course, should be dealt with properly, but that the repeat offenders should be dealt with even more severely than a first term. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree.
And when you go to conference, will you bear in mind that a lot of people would vote for this to get it maybe into conference, but that they won't applied Christianity, on the final result, which would be according to guilt and according to the damage done and according to whether they've amended or not.
Yeah.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurred on Senate Bill 2099. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 74 yeas, 43 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I would call up item 6, Senate Bill 2100.
Okay, you're recognized.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is another one of the Lieutenant Governor's crime package. This increases penalties on receiving stolen property. Again, this came over with the mandatory minimum on it, and the committee, through debate, the mandatory minimum on it would be 5 years, but through 5 to 20. But instead of what your committee in the House did was we did not do a mandatory minimum on this one. We just made it from 25% to 50% parole eligibility for receiving stolen property. So that's what this one does. It also has a reverse repealer. I intend on all of these crime bills to go to conference. So again, it just really changes parole eligibility from 25% to 50%.
Questions? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I get the sense that the Lieutenant Governor is trying to show himself as being tough on crime. But does these last two pieces of legislation that we've seen today blow up everything that we've done on criminal justice reform and things
That's why we're going to be very careful about going forward with them.
So my next question is there any way to not make these mandatory?
Yeah, and this one does. This one just raises it to 50% instead of 25%. So this does not have a mandatory minimum in it.
Okay, and my next question, what I'm more concerned about are those individuals who may have received stolen goods and not known that they were stolen. So how does that play?
Got to get a lawyer.
A good one, I guess. Thanks.
Also, the bill, all of these, I neglected to say this on the last one, all of these have language in here about confidential informants. We limit the ability to use a confidential informant. They can only be used once. And then that is to try to cut down on some of the abuse that we see a lot in confidential informants. But that's an explanation of it.
Do you have further questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Two questions. Number one, are we trying to fill up these private prisons with these young juveniles that's still in joyriding, shall we say, in some cases in these automobiles?
I'm not trying to fill them up, but I do think there is an appearance of trying to be tough on crime, and all of us want to be tough on crime, but we also have to be smart about it as well. And that's why I didn't make this a mandatory minimum. We just raised the parole eligibility on it.
Well, another question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gentleman, is what about juveniles? Is there any kind of differentiation between the age of the perpetrator?
Nothing more than what's already law, which means if they're over the age of 18, this would apply. Under the age of 18, they would be subject to youth court jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Tunica, Mr. Burnett. Apparently he passes. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, if you stole $100 million and you constructed a volleyball court, would that be considered as receiving stolen property? I'm just asking.
Not under this statute, no, ma'am.
Well, let me ask you another question then. Under what statute would stealing $100 million, have you brought anything enhanced out here to deal with $100 million having been stolen by a bunch of thugs and hooligans and reprobates that took money from the poorest to the poor. Have we brought anything out here to address that, to enhance the penalty on that?
To my knowledge, there's a statute on the books.
So nothing brought out here for $100 million.
There's statute on the books, and that's left up to. We did bring up a registry of people that once they are convicted, they have to be on it. But be that as it may, that's left up to the proper authorities to prosecute what they see fit.
And so on this motor vehicle, so that's the same assumption, that if they had stolen $100 million and bought 5 or 6 Maseratis and whatever else, that then would not be considered motor vehicle theft.
That would not be motor vehicle theft.
So we can't get these thugs on anything.
I mean, your hypothetical is money. They're taking money and to buy this stuff. But that would not be what we're talking about.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, in the same line of questioning from the gentlelady from Jones County, would you entertain an amendment to this bill that would provide that if you stole state funds, you could be penalized or would have whatever the penalty is for receiving stolen property?
I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it going through conference. As an amendment, as far as today, I don't know that I would agree with that without studying it and having a little bit more time to process it, but I would be more than happy to talk to you about that going through conference.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the purpose of increasing the parole eligibility to 50%?
It was a matter of compromise. They wanted mandatory minimums. I wanted to kill the bill, so we came to a point to where we just raised the parole eligibility.
Now, a couple of years ago, I believe the Senate and the House supported legislation that lowered parole eligibility for nonviolent offenses, I believe to 25%.
To 25 and some others, but yes, for most nonviolence, it's 25%.
So why do we need a compromise to raise it back up to 50%?
Well, this is akin to, you do have some type of victims, and like I said, the bottom line was it was a compromise to try to work this through. That's the bottom line, is it was compromised with the Senate to try to help the lieutenant governor and let him make more case, or make a better case to me on why he wants this, instead of me just killing it. I didn't want to bring out here a mandatory minimum on receiving stolen property. And I represent, this happens a lot, as you can imagine, with people who are addicted to drugs, alcohol. Receiving stolen property is a common offense. It's always usually a collateral type of offense attached to some other type of drug offense. So typically, these crimes are even potentially eligible for drug court type of crime. So this was just an offer, an olive branch to him, if you will, to say, look, I'll continue to talk to you about it.
Well, that's not the case for one of my constituents. One of my constituents was convicted of receiving stolen property, and he had no idea that it was stolen property. But he was convicted of it, paid a fine, served time, and was disenfranchised as a result of that, because receiving stolen property is a disenfranchising felony.
Can be, yes,
Is that correct?
As far as I know, I don't have those off the top of my head, but I'll take your word on it that it is.
Yeah, it's one of those, I believe, 23 crimes.
Typically, a crime of dishonesty is disenfranchising.
Okay. So whether you are aware that you're receiving stolen property or not, you would be subject to this penalty and would have to serve 50% of whatever the judge gives you before you're eligible for parole, if this passes.
When the statute calls that they should have known, that they know of it or had reasonable grounds to believe. I mean, that's the elements of it, that they know it was stolen or had reasonable grounds to believe. So, I don't know what, like I tell some of my clients, every case is different. things don't happen in a vacuum, and I don't know all the facts of your constituent's case. I'm just taking your word for it, but the elements of the offense require knowledge and reasonable grounds to believe it was stolen.
Mississippi right now has the highest prison population in the world.
Well, as far as per capita, I think that's correct. It's, yes.
And you mentioned earlier about being tough on crime, but also being right on crime.
Or smarter on it, which I've presented to this board. Even today, the gentleman from Washington brought up an alternative sentencing measure with his bill, and we're working through that with some of your mental health courts, your intervention courts, going through that. Again, I can't say it enough. This is nothing more than trying to talk to the Senate about and seeing whether we do anything with it or not.
But you would suggest that this bill is not being smart on crime.
It's smarter than it was when it came over here because it's not a mandatory minimum.
But we should still vote no on it, correct?
You can vote however you want.
Thank you, Chairman.
Jump from Forrest, Mr. Watson. Passes. Any further questions? You sure? Okay, Gentleman Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you?
Yes, sir.
If I were to go to a gun show like in Corinth, Mississippi, and there's a gentleman there and he and I make a trade on a gun, and I find out that his gun was stolen and they find it in my possession, am I going to go to jail for that?
Well, the current law is the current law is knowing that it has been stolen or have reasonable grounds to believe it has been stolen. So those are the elements of the offense: knowing or have reasonable grounds to know. That's current law.
Does this change the current law?
Nope, just changes the penalties.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Final passage.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2100. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 69 yeas, 44 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Tunica, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to get permission to change my vote on Senate Bill 2099. It's item number 5.
How you want to go?
Oh, from yes to no.
Yes to no. Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call up the next item. I think it's 2101, item number 7.
Okay, you're recognized.
All right, this one is the last one of the 3 parts that the Senate sent over. This has to do with felony fleeing. It is a strike all. I'm calling up the strike all, I guess. It is a strike all. In the strike all, many of you remember we had a felony fleeing bill over here. We put that bill in this one. That includes the amendment that the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, offered that puts forth a definition of reckless that is offered by the Brister factors in our Supreme Court that they've said need to be applied. That is the first part of it raises the penalty from 5 to 10, and it includes the Brister factors. The second part is language that the Senate offered to us, which creates a mandatory minimum. And this one's a little bit different. That's why we kept it. It's a mandatory minimum on creating seriously bodily harm to law enforcement officers. It is it is not, it is 0 to 2. It created a felony. That's what it was. It wasn't a felony. It creates a felony, seriously bodily injury, 0 to 2 years if you commit that on to a law enforcement officer. And the big part of this bill that does create a mandatory minimum is for the offense of carjacking. Now, carjacking, it creates a 5 to 15 years for simple carjacking. For armed carjacking, it creates a 10 to 30-year penalty. Those are mandatory minimums. We did include a safety valve in this one as well that can be argued to deviate from the mandatory minimums. It includes the language I told you about confidential informants, and it also includes a reverse repealer. That's an explanation of the strike call.
Questions, Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Quick question, a couple of them really. What happens, gentlemen, if I've informed my daughters that if a police officer get behind them and the area is not well lit, to proceed on till they find a place where they feel safe and there are witnesses because of so much stuff that's been happening.
That's current.
So can they be charged with fleeing?
Yeah, as you're talking to felony fleeing, it is a defense to felony fleeing that the law enforcement officer was not in uniform or that the driver proceeded in a safe manner to a reasonably near, well-lit public place before stopping.
All right, so
that's current law.
All right, so what if that's 3 to 5 miles? Can that be considered?
It says reasonable, whatever reasonable is.
Okay. So you said something earlier about an increased penalty if an officer is hurt. So let's say someone is speeding, chasing someone on I-220, and the officer is fleeing behind him, and another car inadvertently pulls out in front of that officer, and he has a wreck and he is hurt. Will the individual that he's chasing be charged with assaulting an officer?
Well, that's in a different statute. What we're talking about, where I was, creates a new crime under resisting arrest. This is resisting arrest, only causing like a SAPO, causing simple assault of a police officer, increasing the penalty on that. So under your situation, would he be charged with? I guess he could be charged right now for potentially aggravated assault. I've had that happen before, where somebody was fleeing from the officer. Somebody pulled out in front of them. Happened on Highway 72 in Corinth, and then they got hit by them. They got hit by the person that was chasing. They hit the other officer, and he was charged with aggravated assault.
Okay. So now this assault and resisting arrest. So what if I'm in crisis? I'm having a mental health episode, and the law enforcement officer arrives on the scene and is not aware of my mental health condition or background, and they attempt to subdue me or tie me down, and I get the best of them.
Yeah, well, hopefully, and like I said, every hypothetical, we can do it hypothetical to death. Hopefully, earlier this session, you voted for what I called a transformational mental health bill. That is now, if the Senate has passed it, and they may have done that now, is now going to require police officers to have mental health training. So hopefully in that situation that you're prescribing to, they're going to be trained enough to know what's going on.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman would yield.
Yes, sir.
You had indicated you have 2 offenses in this bill. Is that correct?
Well, yes, there's various offenses. Yes, sir.
Okay. How many offenses do you?
Well, you got felony fleeing. You got this new kind of felony fleeing, and you got this new resisting arrest and carjacking.
Okay. Now, this actually incorporates how many House bills?
Just the one that I brought out to you earlier on felony fleeing.
Felony fleeing.
They had felony fleeing over there, which made it a mandatory minimum and did some other stuff, raised it a little bit higher than what we did. I put in the hours, which was also amended over here.
Okay. Now, what did they do with the felony fleeing bill that we sent over to the Senate?
I don't know. I think they put in Senate language. I haven't checked on it.
Okay. Okay. Now, the carjacking, is there, as far as you know, was there a House bill?
No, sir. As far as I know, we have not debated one.
Okay, so how did the carjacking, could you give me the genesis? How does the carjacking bill get into this?
It was in this original bill.
In
And
the original
their original Senate bill had felony fleeing, resisting arrest, and carjacking all in one bill.
All right, okay. Thank you, sir.
Don't see any other questions. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs for Senate Bill 2101. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 73 yeas and 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
All right, Mr. Speaker, can I be recognized for the last Judiciary B bill?
I think they enjoy it so much, they hate to see it come to an end.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll see me again. The last one, Senate Bill 2346.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, before, I want to put a reverse repealer in it.
Okay, you're recognized.
That amendment to the strike all is just a reverse repealer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that we've passed over here. It is what we've affectionately called the porn bill, I guess. It has to do with limiting and requiring third-party verification for minors, that nobody under the age of 18 can view pornography, and it requires that going over 18, you have some type of digital ID to do so. It also put in the bill that passed here that regards with school districts and the vendors they use, public libraries, and the vendors they use also have to have safeguards in place to protect minors from illicit and sexually illicit material. So that both of those, these are two House bills in this bill. That's an explanation of it.
Questions, lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
I'm reluctant to, but I will.
Can you look at Section 8 of this bill for me? I have some questions about that specifically. This is the section that deals with public libraries, and there's no age limitation at all in this bill and in that section of the bill, so it's not limited to just minors.
Yeah.
And it specifically says that any books that depict or deal with matters of sex or materials that are sexually oriented, and again, these are digital books, so, like something for your Kindle, would be prohibited. So we would be banning any book that references sex for an adult in all public libraries in any digital format.
I think it also makes reference, but be that as it may, the intent of it is to be against minors. So, like it does have a reverse repealer, we'll look at that going forward. The intent of that is for it to be with minors, but I do think there's language in here somewhere. I don't see it.
It's not
right
in
here on 331, obscene materials, which are defined up in Section 1 of that part of it, which it's going to be, I don't know that Section 1, Section 5, which talks about, I don't know if that's right or not, but anyway, it does define more, it gives a more narrow definition of obscene materials.
Well, that's only one part of the definition. I mean, it starts on line 328 and it says child pornography, which obviously, I don't have a problem with that. But then it also says materials that depict or promote child sexual exploitation or trafficking. Again, I don't have a problem with that. But you continue to go down into the definition section, and there's specific language that specifically says materials that are sexually oriented or that depict or deal with matters of sex.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very broad definition, and there are no age limitations. So this would apply to all books, all digital books in a public library.
To some extent, it's broad, but if you look at line 246, for the purpose of this act, material is obscene if, to the average person applying contemporary standards taken as a whole, it appeals to the prurient natures, that is, lustful, erotic, shameful, morbid interest in nudity, sex, and 2, the material taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, and the material depicts or describes an offensive way as defined.
What line are you reading on?
I was on line 248.
That's not part of section 8, though, unfortunately.
But it goes back, you have to refer back to
But it doesn't refer back to it in section 8.
Well, then we'll fix that.
It's a whole mess.
We'll fix that in conference. Line 33, 331 talks about obscene material as defined in section 1.
As part of the definition, but it's only part of a very long definition and a very broad definition with no age limitations.
I disagree with the way you're reading that. I think it narrows obscene materials pretty much, but like I said, it's got a reverse repealer in it, and we're going to go to conference on it.
So is it the intent?
It is not the intent. It is the intent, number one, to prohibit or to protect children from seeing this. It is not the intent to outlaw things such as the Scarlet Letter or any
James
of those.
Joyce or Ernest Hemingway or the Canterbury Tales or Dracula, 50 Shades of Grey.
Like I said, the book talks about literary artistic value, or the bill talks about literary.
I don't know that 50
value.
Shades of Grey has any artistic value, but I think an adult should still be able to read it if they want.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take your word for that. But again, I think the intent is to keep it out of the reach of children, and I think we don't need to throw common sense out and the baby out with the bathwater in this too. We understand what we're trying to do, and it's just limiting access, making this stuff harder for kids to get.
For kids, but there's no age limitation in section 8 as to public libraries.
And I'll commit to you that going to conference, we will fix that.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now on the strike all, I don't see any questions. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2346. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 29 nays, the bill passes. We return now to the top of the calendar. Concurrence or non-concurrence? Any chairman have an item there they wish to take up? Motion to reconsider calendar. Lady from Amit.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 8, Senate Bill 2075, and move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill number 2075 passed for purposes of an amendment.
Motion is to reconsider the vote on item 8, 2075. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The bill is back before the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed for purposes of an amendment.
Motion is to reconsider the vote by which strike all passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Strike all is back before the House.
Please recognize the gentleman from Corinth for an amendment.
Gentleman from Alcorn is recognized for an amendment.
All right, so y'all thought y'all were getting rid of me. All right, the amendment is, I'll explain it to you. It is an amendment regarding Title IX purposes. It is for the purposes of state law, not federal. A person's sex is defined as his or her biological sex. Female is an individual, obviously, that is unambiguously female. A male, somebody that's unambiguously male. What the bill sets out to do is it states that a public school, or the amendment, a public school, school district, state, or local agency or office shall not require an employee or student to address another employee or student by a pronoun, salutation, greeting, or other terminology that is inconsistent with their addressed person's sex as defined. And a public school, school district, state, or local agency, department, or office may require an employee or student to dress in accordance with generally accepted workplace or student standards. I think it's important to point out that that is a may in there, that and that we are just saying that that the office shall not require an employee or student to address another. So that's an explanation of the amendment.
Question, gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Jim Hill?
Yes, sir.
Jim, you're aware that there are some states, unlike Mississippi, where you can get a court order actually changing the designation on the birth certificate to female, change the name of the individual to a whatever name they choose. And that's controlling in a particular state. Say, I'm going to give state like Florida, which you can do that.
Yes, sir.
If that individual decides, or his family, her in this case, decides to move to Mississippi, would that court order have any effect for that child?
I don't know that the bill actually speaks to that. It says a person's sex is defined as his or her biological sex at birth. Okay, that's what the amendment says. Was defined at birth. So your question, if you're changing the birth certificate.
Now keep in mind the birth certificate's changed now.
If you have a court order that changes the birth certificate, I don't know that this bill addresses this. Right now, it's talking about, and the intent of this, I believe, is somebody who hasn't gone that far and had the birth certificate and had it changed like that.
Well, I know it doesn't address that, but I mean, it shows the folly of this bill when states surrounding Mississippi, even red states surrounding Mississippi, permit that, at least they have not banned that, and there are court orders. In fact, I think it was one, last week?
I would think it would be a hard time if, just me, and you personally as a lawyer, I think it'd be a hard time if they have a court order changing their birth certificate and a court order now identifying them from birth as that. I don't know that, I don't know why they wouldn't be considered that if they have a court order. But this is more addressing those that don't, those that may be in a transition phase, or those that may not even be in a transition phase but choose to live as another gender.
What interest does Mississippi have, by the way?
Yeah,
what state issue is at hand here now?
The amendment lays out legitimate reasons. There are legitimate reasons to distinguish in private entities, public schools, school districts, state, et cetera, departments, between the sexes in respects to athletics, prisons, and other detention facilities, domestic violence shelters, rape crisis center, locker rooms, restrooms, and other areas where biology, safety, and privacy are implicated. So there is a legitimate government reason in keeping the sexes differentiated.
That's the government creating its own reason, then, we being the government.
Well, we are the government, and we create a lot of reasons for a lot of things.
Well, gentlemen, I know you, this is not, it's a Senate bill. You brought it out, but it seems to be we're going to have another definition for what being conservative means. This is intrusive into individual rights, and that seems to me that's alien to what it was under Reagan and Nixon and a few of the other Republican presidents. But then maybe it's changing. Who knows?
From Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you or the gentlelady tell me how is this germane to the bill that's before us? Can y'all tell us why we're having this discussion? What makes this information germane to this piece of legislation?
It does. They both share the word birth.
So that's the. So I'm not trying to be funny. I just want to know what makes this germane to this. We didn't discuss this at length for almost 2-3 days in this body. What makes this particular language, again, germane to the business that we supposed to be doing for the people? We got a calendar we need to finish. We got other stuff we need to be doing. So can one of y'all explain, without the joke, just tell us, this body, because everybody's curious,
well, I mean, I
what
think
makes this germane?
Germane to the bill?
Yeah, other than the word birth.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for the state to pass this. I think it's important for the state to take a policy position. I mean, you're having your school districts dealing with some of these issues on difference with pronouns, or how to attack people, how to address people, I should say, how to cater to them. So I think it's a compelling interest for the state to go down on deciding this is going to be our policy. We're going to differentiate and distinguish between the sexes.
Jim from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, under Mississippi law now, how is the sex of a child determined?
I would imagine by the birth certificate.
On the birth certificate, how is that determined?
At the time of the birth, I guess the doctor and the parents look to see what the child is.
Okay. And the reason I asked is a month or so ago when we was debating the other bill, you know, you and I had some back and forth as relates to intersex. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
That Friday when I got back to my office, I had a call from not one of my constituents, but a resident of the state of Mississippi. And I called her back, and what she told me is that she actually had a child that's now 6 years old and actually had parts of both genders. And she was told that she was given 3 days to decide which one she wanted to choose. So I guess she had to flip a coin. Do you know if that's the practice of the Department of Vital Statistics? Is that how we're determining?
I do not. I don't know. I don't know if that's a standard operating procedure or if that's a situation with this particular doctor that she went to. I don't know.
Do you think that's the way we should be determining gender in the state of Mississippi?
I think it should be. And first off, this is only dealing with unambiguous individuals. This is only dealing with at birth only unambiguous individuals. I get your hypothetical, and
no, it's not a hypothetical.
Well,
it's an actual situation.
Forgive me for that, but I mean, I get the fact scenario. Do I think that that's the way that we should be doing in Mississippi? I think it should be left up to.
But I think it do apply, because in this particular situation, if the mother got it wrong, there's no way currently on the Mississippi law that she can fix it once it's done.
There's no way under Mississippi law that she can fix it.
You can change. You can do a name change.
She could do a name change, and they could live whichever gender they chose to live as until they get to the age of 18.
But if they get it wrong, you can't go back and change it. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order related to the gentleman from Washington's statement that this amendment is not germane to the bill.
Put it in writing, sir. Bring it forward.
Thank you.
All right, we will, any other item on the motion to reconsider calendar? Any chairman have an item there? Okay. Appropriations. Passes. Brings us back to Ways and Means. Item 3 on Ways and Means. A point of order was raised by the gentleman from Hines. It's my discussion with legal counsel that the point of order is well taken on the amendment offered by the lady from Lincoln. The amendment attempts to change the original purpose of the bill. So the point of order was well taken. That means the amendment is set aside. Proposed amendment is set aside. We're back on the bill. I believe we were in the process of taking up the strike. Was there a strike on? There was not. All right, we were on the bill. Okay, we're on item 3, Senate Bill 2306. Anything further on that bill?
No, sir. Final passage.
Any further amendments that I didn't see? Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2306. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas and 15 nays, the bill passes. That completes the Ways and Means calendar. Brings us back to the laid on the table calendar. The only remaining item is Judd A. Pass. and we completed the general calendar. Well, let me clarify. It's my understanding that no chairman wished to take up anything after item 8 on the general calendar. Let me make sure I didn't overlook one, but I call myself having talked to each of the chairmen on items 9 through 14, and none of those chairmen indicated a desire to take up those bills. So, I'm mistaken. Speak now. All right. Well, it appears then the only remaining item that we're waiting on is the point of order. Let me check with legal counsel as to where we are. Legal counsel informs me that the point of order by the gentleman from Holmes is well taken, so the amendment is not germane. Anything further on that bill? Where'd the man go? He's in the back. Anything further on that bill? Nothing further. All right, I recognize the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, with the point of order being well taken, we're back on the strike all that I presented to you on yesterday, which contains the language for the adoption, the new licensing agency that we'll have for adoptions. That was a previous House bill that we passed out of Judd A and that you adopted. And then the strike all also contains the language for the suspension by the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries of any hunting and fishing licenses for failure to pay child support. So we're back on the original strike all, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield for any questions if there are any on the original strike all.
Any questions? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
What was the amendment on wildlife? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Earlier in the session, there was a separate bill that we passed in the House that died in the Senate that dealt with if there was child support and you hadn't paid your child support, the non-custodial parent, if there was arrearage, then the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries would suspend the hunting and fishing licenses. And there was another provision later on in the bill that provided that any person, custodial parent, whether or not they had an attorney or not, could bring that claim. That was later in that particular bill. So we revived that bill since it died in the Senate, and in this strike all, the original strike all, it includes that language.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the license for wildlife to do what? That's all I was asking.
It's just for hunting and fishing license.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill, questions on the bill. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2075. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. According to my calculation, there's no further work to be done today. But if I'm incorrect, I need for a chairman to tell me. All right. Jim from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
I'd like to hold item number 1, Senate Bill 2538 on a motion.
Okay, we'll do that. Announcements, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick reminder for the gentleman. House Rule 18A, whenever a member is on the floor of the House while the House is in session, each male member of the House shall wear a coat and a necktie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Local and private will meet today 5 minutes after adjournment in room 103.
Announcements by the members. The lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold item number 6, Senate Bill 2100 on a motion.
Okay, we can do that. Jump tip of Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's Ways and Means calendar, Senate Bill 2603, item 1, would like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Jump from Holmes, Mr. White.
Announcement, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call a management committee meeting immediately after adjournment in the rules room.
Okay. Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 items I'd like to deal with. On the general calendar, item number 3, Senate Bill 2343, I'd like to change my vote from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote.
Also, Mr. Speaker, item number 4 on the Ways and Means, Senate Bill 2449, for myself and my desk mate, Mr. Baumgar, we would like to change our vote from no to yes.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same request on Ways and Means calendar, Senate Bill 2449. With consent, I'd like to change my no to yes.
Any objection? Change your vote. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be able to change my vote on SCR 533 from present to no.
On which one, lady?
First vote on 533.
Got it.
The first vote.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Jump from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my desk mate punched no, yes on 2603, number 1 on the Ways and Means. I'd like to vote no.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jim from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like unanimous consent to change my vote from yea to nay on Senate Bill 2603. Hit the wrong button.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 5, Senate Bill 2099, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the vote. Jump from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2603 from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the vote. I don't see any further announcements. Recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.